Dubai, but all of a sudden Dubai.
Yeah.
You know, and I was asking, how did they create this thing? You know, I believe some 10, 15 years, 20 years, and they just got this thing. So, I think if I would have to go into a constituency, they should really understand that we also have, you know, policies that we want to, you know, implement into the system, and that is what is going to work. But for now, I just think, let me just be my humble self, you know.
And I make
yaw I we mu ne bufu I we mu say I don't say ye dey react amana bro so a ehwa na agin nti ye hye ho so a say asopa de enche asemti nti ye so ye mofra etiase papa no mo ina me ne mo ye ga ne say ye misa abikasi bia ye abikasi dia ni bisa adwuma ya ye enha ko cha ne ye pe. Yeah, also the second staff ready.
Asempa
because they can't tell them to look at you maybe and the issue. Now, your data assistance and also on
the teachers involved no more do be saying
6,249.
6,249.
Both colleges and that of
universities.
Teachers.
Okay.
And there's a 2,000 plus.
And a ninja it be a 10 months, it be a 12 months, it be a 14 months, any other.
Yeah.
Wow. Throughout this period, now has there been a point what sorry and no pa and no who say okay teacher ni?
Bibri. When you make such a mechanism, we are no class aloha, Minister Aton Bay. Because then a pass where you are on the division. When you need a sobia, you know, nothing a sharp abasi. Now,
Asempa FM.
Happy. Who was from a cabalidation about now. On the for me, for all staff, no, things a name quay, none you would crown or anything. So the toys you crown is coming home. The be out and be. So for us also, I wish I for actually crown. I had to say, let's shop we are free.
Or the Pisca.
Then I and the host and since and you was back. You was 14 months and over. They only started in 18 months in year.
Oh,
can you just believe that?
Oh,
it was her. Senipano or 10 who was stressed there in the homeland. It was her. Or that woman at the tradesman ain't you honor. Not an egg on a year and see. Okay, any a full crowd on again in the answer following up would be a. They are a company. I don't know. Yeah.
And for most of you, no schools now much ready and schools no accommodation on.
Say, be no be there, a day to credit. But do not rent it on their own. Among us and a hand.
Hey, and then soon I rent born in them a
last week, Madame for Lady Barker. The rest, just 1 year. 5,000.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM 94.7.
Obinye Ekosiisen ye Bonsoir wa Minisempa de Brane Mama Obi Som Oriwa Ekosiisen wo Asempa FM Ekosiisen wo Asempa FM Ekosiisen Asempa 94.7 Asunyine tie Oriwa Ekosiisen wo Asempa FM Ekosiisen wo Asempa Asempa FM. Obi nebado, biba, obibo, biba, ode Asempa nabo. Obi nebado, biba, obibo, biba, ode Asempa nabo. Obinye, Ekosiisen ye, bonsoir wa minisempa, debrane mama. Obi, so Obi, so Obi, so Obi, so Obi, so
Wednesday afternoon at the Munyana says Simon Munyana Kwaba at the mobile Ekosiisen, so live from our national studios here in Kokomlemle, Accra. And any day the Kaya would do a video not to have yet the Munyana say Emma Munyana Kwaba at the mobile Ekosiisen. So Medidio say Bunsu from Yobi. Let me thank the production team for putting this amazing show together. Dominic Kisi Yaboa, Nana Chumberema, Jackson Osei Intiamwa, Ebenezer Tete, Omai Hune Kwabena Sante, and Equia Boatua Yadom. Yet now say at 6:30 p.m. and Jumedie Eba area. We do this every weekday from Monday to Friday, 2 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. in any yatna sina yatna se in bebree na ne gu apono so a ye behwe na yedi ho enkomo. And tell a friend to tune in to 94.7, and that Ekosiisen is live and airborne. Yemamunyina akwa babio. And in some gu apono so edoso. But let me remind you, sir, we are streaming this show live on YouTube. Oko YouTuber Asempa 94.7 FM on YouTube. Ubit mashe ewo ho na odo comments ni so go ho ama yebejemre na yakan ama. Your WhatsApp number so 0548 443 523 0548 443 523. Mrs. Subio 0548 443 523. Now o messages no fafa so ebrain. Mame fast dama one hour boy me di Ekosiisen ebremetre yen proud sponsors. Kale Charcoal Toothpaste, another quality product from Samara Company Limited. Your Millennium Insurance, your trustworthy partner, Franco Trading Enterprise, Phone Papa Pafie, EcoBank Ghana, a better way, a better Africa, Haxa Capsules and Haxa Mixture, all Satanfo, Africa Queen Mackerel, Wara Obecheke, Syntex Tank, Strong, Tough, Max Buy, Sasso Spray, and also for Samara Company Limited, and Imaros Home Decor in Mekwene Boye se yemfa Ekosiisen emremo. This is an interactive show, and please let's get interactive for a drink a brain on all the platforms na enyemre enkai emamo. It's your reigning CIMG radio program of the year, Ekosiisen live on Asempa FM. And there were a number of interviews I line up, but of course, the issue with the power is still on the front burner. Enra, yenya update from the Honorable Minister in charge of Energy and Green Transition. Se onwa ba pro eko akosombo eko visitor control station na eja etomono na omaye hu se gradually na turbines no were coming back on stream in the asset Enra enyumre or ye update say around 420 megawatt and asing back on stream, which is really good considering where we were Enra Anopa. And I think the government communications minister so the on also update by bottom line, and it's as promised by the engineers say by the end of this week now all the 6 turbines now back on stream, we are hoping say no ebitimi akoso. Enra's Mobakaya yenya the head of the research desk Joy News studio ha Emma Obeboye data now more share and the real issues are sa outages bano obiemu HME said really a generation shortfall and a course in your ma yehui and say update a brain na amanfo. This is a running story in the ebegu so update more until we get to a position we say okay, we are now out of the woods anya sadia say akoswa ni di ho and comment maker say Kofi J studio ha head of the Joy News research desk. Kofi akwa babio
Obi, so
na boko there. In a normal situation, on the average, how much I need you lose from January up until now? For you, the main reason why you challenges way. What's the update following the minister so Katre and run?
Well, Obi, first of all, Meda was saying this opportunity to actually discuss a Juma and in fact it has become a topical issue of national discussion. We Juma stands in do national level, so there will be feedback. Yes, feedback. So it's very important. Very. The feedback, but now what's not say? Now what's your feedback? No, then you see how you can better your analysis. If you have more in your arsenal, you bring it out. And that is what we've been doing since Monday. I started saying you releasing the data that we have, and they have fresh reports, fresh grade reports. Many people have been asking, even your data ni free. We can call it for now grade reports, but definitely, if you are looking for generation data, we need to be also that is what we have. This morning we have the fresh data. Yesterday, what was the situation? Even after the 4th unit came on stream.
Yes.
I'll update everybody on that. And also, one of the feedback we got was averages now you compare.
Yes.
Now amount for any danger. So we decided to go deeper.
Yes.
And I wish.
So one of the things I heard is about generation numbers in the year you saw averages, but demand numbers in the year you saw peak demand.
Yes.
And that was one feedback.
Yeah.
I mean,
in fact, I'll break it down why we had to use the peak, not the average for the demand.
Okay.
We'll share energy sector. Most of the numbers we are using are estimates, right? Especially we share demand. That 4,300 and also 4,400 now in NIMNO estimates from the Energy Commission.
Yes.
But we should grid cool projections in terms of data and we share the average growth rate of our demand as a country in terms of peak demand. So you can say share the realistic peak demand for this country is higher than 4,300 now we are being made to understand. In fact, the projection shows that it could be as high as 4,700. And see, NRA comparison now we're a bit generous in terms of where to choose and where to even compare. But for me, I think that importantly, takes our feedback. One thing we decided to do is to look at the entire year, day after day. Now, set a simple hypothesis. Now, for data and answers our hypothesis.
The entire year in 2026.
2026. Okay. January.
Okay.
Till April 22nd.
Yes.
Sana fire no.
Yes. Eba.
Until Oshe 116 data points, which is within this period.
Yes.
In fact, which talks about energy generation or power generation for the country. I analyze it.
Yes.
Now compare peak generation to peak demand. The data is telling us that we have enough and sufficient data or evidence to conclude that this whole year we have never produced enough power to meet your generation peak demand of 4,000, even that 4,300
for the whole year.
The whole year.
At no point yet
no point
produce it to meet your demand.
At no point have we produced to meet the peak demand of 4,300.
Meaning, sir, every day of this year, we've had to shed load.
We had to shed load. Every day of this year, there is a shortfall. If you are comparing peak to peak, say almost here and compare peak to peak. So that's what we are doing now. So if you use the averages we did, that gave you on average about 1,000 deficit. But we are peak to peak now. That's about 500 to about 450 to about 500 deficit. And the point I'm making is that the minister says our peak demand between 4,300, the ministry 4,300 and 4,400.
Yes.
Now, also the highest power we have ever produced this year. 4,168.
And no day, Ben, you have the
and
day.
only March 27th.
March 27th.
That's actually
and
our
generation
cost. So that's the highest we've ever had this year. March 27th. And even at that point in time, it was not enough to meet your peak demand of 4,300. Now we are being made to believe, which we believe is more anyway. Which the grid code data is pointing out that it could be around 4,700 in terms of growth rate. Now, Oshe, the shortfall, peak to peak shortfall, minimum this year has averaged 451 megawatts. That's huge.
So Oshe peak to peak now. In the peak generation, peak demand. There is a shortfall. Of about 450.
There has never been a point where we've
generated to meet exactly the demand.
Never. And we have the data. Anybody can challenge us. We can make it available. We have the dashboard. We have the raw data available. It's here, and I wish we can even project it on social media for people to see what we are even talking about. There has never been a point out of 118 data points in 118 days. Never. Ever.
You are generating exactly what we need.
Never ever.
It is the argument say in terms of generation, men use averages, but use actuals because power something that happens in real time. We only generate to meet your demand. Into use averages are a mistake. When you do even the peak to peak, now still a shortfall every day of the year.
Exactly, every day of the year. 118 days shortfall. Now, Omoka say, why are you comparing the average to the peak? We should know that peak data of 4,300 is even an average. It's an average.
Yeah.
You have to use the averages to get a static data to be comparing. Other than that, peak demand is not even static.
Yeah, and yes, static fluctuates. Yeah.
So even with that, it also comes in the average conversation. But we pay attention and we listen to feedback. So even if you do peak to peak, the data is telling you that we were still shedding load minimum 451 megawatts every day of the year before the crisis.
That explains why even from January, the outages in the system.
Exactly.
Well, once you are shedding 450, there are some areas
will go off. And Obi, let me do this. Maybe this will help us understand month on month.
Yes.
And this has been growing from January to April in terms of peak to peak shortfall. OSHA all year, what I just said is all year, right? From January 1 to April 22nd.
Yes.
Peak to peak shortfall near 450 megawatt minimum. But over January, which means a peak to peak shortfall was better. It was 395 megawatts. Then he increased when we got to February to 424. Then in March it worsened to 453. Then in April we had our worst peak to peak shortfall of 535 megawatts. In Tosha, the situation was better in January. In January, Doomsono, you cannot compare that to other months.
No.
Osha, January ne yakakra, February be worse, March situation be worse, and in April it became worse before the crisis,
fire outbreak.
Exactly. That is what the data is telling you. And Osha, even your highest peak to peak generation, that tells you that there's still even a gap in terms of what we can supply and what the system is demanding, or what the data we are being made to believe is the peak demand. And so clearly, whether say average to peak, there's a shortfall. Peak to peak, there's a shortfall. Day to day, there's a shortfall. Any data point you pick within this period of 1st January to 22nd April clearly is telling you witness a minimum of 300 or close about 400 megawatts in shortfalls. And to be sound, if we hit peak, who is going to bear this shortfall?
Yeah.
So it clearly is telling you that since beginning of the year, we've had some load to shed even before the power crisis. So the data is clear, the evidence is sufficient to conclude that we had issues with generation even before
crisis,
the crisis period, and sana who said Akosombo made it even worse.
Yeah. Inti enne se scanning through the generation end now with 4 turbines coming on stream,
Yeah.
And what are the numbers saying? It's saying in terms of generation, available capacity against your demand.
Share a nano pay because when we got the data, we only had the morning
data.
One.
That's fine.
And see, let me strike the morning average because I have the raw data here, and that will help us understand. Morning now your generation 2,440. 2,440 this morning. Which means that your reserve power enough for what? For the evening. So this morning, if demand reaches 3,000 or 3,500, there must be load shedding.
And there was actually load shedding, of course.
Because me be juma na me ni light. Me demu enra najo. 2,440.
That was our generation for this morning.
And I know it will get better in the evening, but this morning was 2,440. That was the power available to be shed.
Oh, that's serious.
Exactly. And in fact, Oshe Enra, the 4th turbine came on streamer, and we were morning, afternoon, and evening.
And
data.
The evening data.
Okay.
Yes.
Morning, near 2,745.
Generation available. Generation capacity,
which means that Enra morning power was higher than a morning power.
Morning power.
I don't know what the demand was anyway, but definitely it's telling you that there was a shortfall if you're comparing day to day. But what I also know is that morning demand for me, the data that I know, has never gone below 3,000. At least for 2026, we know it has averaged 3,000 in terms of morning demand. Afternoon demand is around 3,400. Evening is usually around the peak.
And the other challenge is, if we are doing this generation numbers in the morning, when 4 turbines are on stream, then the remaining 2 it will not really shake the numbers.
In fact, that was our conclusion and our headline midday. Say, all repair Akosombo, all the 6 units, you will still have a generation deficit if you had not solved the issues you had before the crisis. Because me wa eno data no eno anopa, we know Akosombo dependably can produce 900 megawatts. Installed is about 1,200.
Yes.
Eno anopa with 3 turbines, now Akosombo nam 225.
Available capacity was 225.
Exactly. In fact, that was what their generation. But available, and what we know Akosombo can do, is 1,220. And dependably is about 900. But Enra Nopa na Akosombo nam 225 with 3 turbines. Area it got better with 300. And then you remember when we had the 4th turbine after the minister announced
about there for something
420
megawatts.
About 420. 420 will share for plants, and as for 4 units, that's giving you about 105
per unit.
And we know from the Energy Commission, Energy Sector Outlook, that Akosombo each unit minimum on average produce about 150. And so even after the repairs, the units are producing below capacity. And that was a situation before the crisis.
Fire outbreak
nearby. And because you say Akosombo the average before the fire outbreak was about 700. Meanwhile, it could do 900. It could do 1,200, 1,020. That was Akosombo's situation. But yesterday, even after the 4th turbine or the 4th unit coming on stream, Akosombo's maximum was around 420. Average daily production or generation was 315 for Akosombo yesterday.
And meaning say even Enra after minister announcement, so ya confirming say 420 megawatt ebabeka hono and no pay available generation capacity and no pay was still within the 2,000 region.
Exactly. It was not more than 2,500. It was not up to 2,500.
And that's a major issue. Yeah, that's a major issue
because we need to ask ourselves what is going on.
Yeah, because if say plus or minus be what the emphasis say additional 500 be become from Akosombo e become ho meaning say anka anopay your available generation be 3,000 plus or minus be 3,000 and you have a peak of 4,300 in terms of your demand
in the evening. And clearly it's simple. If you don't reserve or preserve in the morning, you can't have it in the evening.
I mean, the other truth is when they say some of the plants are specifically for peak period. Bui historically has been used as a peaking plant. And we don't release bui until the evening.
You release only 1 in the morning. And at peak you release 2 units.
We've in managing the system, some of the plants now have been reserved as peak plants. And that is there. But even when you have all of them coming on stream,
peak. What was the peak yesterday?
La Enra peak ne.
2,745. And we improve we call 2,908. Then in the evening, our peak generation, even after the 4th unit, was 3,497. Compare that to the peak demand of 4,300 or 4,400 we've been made to believe, which we know is about 4,700.
That is still almost 1,000 megawatts off.
That is why we are saying, even if you fix the remaining 2 units of Akosombo, and you have not fixed the issues you had before the fire, you will still
we have to shed load.
Exactly.
Wow.
That is the conclusion. And in fact, this is actually data. You can't run away from the truth. If the numbers don't add up, they don't add up. There's nothing you can do about it. And that is actually the situation we face ourselves with. And remember, saying now, can't about energy sector debts.
Yes.
It's also one of the factors. Because I remember we having an issue with how the communication that was released by the finance ministry on the 12th of January and the 11th of January. That was not the situation. Because the energy sector debt is bigger than the IPPs and fuel suppliers debt is bigger. And then America said that 1.47 billion now you share in 2024, which is even lesser or smaller than what was paid in 2024. Only 395 went to IPPs. Because any IPPs for not said Yakana Edemo, which is the legacy debt, and about 1.4 billion. Yes. Restructuring. So the first entity that suffered a haircut under Mahama was IPPs. That's $250 million they had to forgo. They say that, well, the $250 million the account, which is about 1.4 million, or let's have a plan. Until this year, the obligation is that we'll pay about 345 million. We've not paid that yet. That is the obligation under the new arrangement after the restructuring. So with that in hindsight, we still owe IPPs about $707 million. It was clear as IPP's legacy debt. But we also need to admit that this particular administration have been very consistent with payments
in terms of the
and
payments,
very current with payments,
and I think it's also largely because of our policy cash waterfall system. I think that has been very well policed. All the stakeholders
cash waterfall system is something you cannot police. The only thing that can police the cash waterfall mechanism is the CD.
No, but sir, in times past, the makers in times past, we had a cash waterfall mechanism, but it was not being strictly followed.
Exactly.
You understand?
So you have to ask yourself, why was it not being followed?
But see, I think what JJ has done well with is that he's insisted, say, every stakeholder will follow the cash waterfall mechanism.
So you have to ask yourself, if the city reaches 14 cities, can you follow the cash waterfall mechanism? You can't. You can't. Because our biggest problem in this country, as we've always said, the problem is we generate power in dollars. They are selling in cities. Then we convert it back to pay for the cost. It is a city near stable. The cash waterfall mechanism, ECG can meet it. But if ECG has to be converting $1 to about 14 cities, 15 cities, trust me, no matter the amount of policing, that's the reality. That is actually the reality. And
not just the proper functioning of cash waterfall mechanism, and for more muti and cash waterfall near a mechanism be a put in place in the sector. Said there be a one pool be a wasisi kebia ebem wa na fe ye hu kwan ye beche ama player behind the value chain in yane there. Inti say ECG or collections no be agege bills in area. There's a mechanism pool a was can come okay say CC ECG moje power free VR for can ya temo de amamo IPPs nso kan ye monye mo de ECG de aka no nso monye we na mo mfanye mo adwuma wo samo de say other commitment bi wo ha na ye tumi de because first no the mass ade we buy and say ECG this kana rather so mbehwe de atua ka no na ECG for the show mo first
and they had issues
into be we na fe unya sika emfa entua e kai wo se otua. So then we created this cash waterfall mechanism and on komo ena yedi CC. Yes,
Obi, I think say all those reservations about ECG.
Yes,
but for ECG to be able to still keep the light on in 2024 with a dollar to CD ratio of about 15 cities and 16 cities, I think
No,
it was a big magic. Because 2025, the only reason why the cash waterfall mechanism could be followed to the letter
was the stability.
Exactly.
On the CD front, the
CD
currency
ended the year with
40%.
Exactly. We have never experienced that in our history. Never since redenomination, the CD has never ended the year with a cumulative appreciation. Never.
Yeah, but it didn't just happen. Sir, the managers of the economy may have done something right.
For that we know, because there were inflows in terms of the forex, gold board, remittances, and all of those things helped the economy a lot. But the point we are making is that if you find the CD losing health, your energy sector will suffer. So if in 2024 or 2025, a dollar to the CD ratio was about 10 cedis, 25 pesos, and currently you are doing 11 cedis, about 85 pesos, or 11 cedis, 60 pesos, the CD has lost value relative to last year. So if you are converting to pay debt, just do $100 million.
Ube here be 1.6. Because those, like in 2024, ebia eneno so ube here.
So
12
cedis in 2024.
Yes.
Now we have about 10 cedis, let's say 25 pesos to pay $100 million. That's about 1.003 billion Ghana cedis.
Yes.
Now currently, $100 million debts. Let's see how much you need. The fund is roughly that's about 1.2 billion.
Yeah.
So 1.03 minus 1.2. That's about $170 million more.
Yeah.
If you have not planned for it.
It's true.
And we have to also make the point that in the cash waterfall mechanism, there's something we call top-up payment. I was a government in there.
Yes, our payments.
That top-up payment, there were difficulties in paying. Because shortfalls now need to our energy sector, government had to find money in the budget to pay for it. But this particular administration, as we know, because of the 1 cedi additional levy, have access to minimum $700 million to buy fuel and to tackle other things. It is a government meet to top up now is because Timemufu no na
through one Ghana.
Exactly. So we are paying our quota, and I've made a point that how much we really require to power our thermal plant this year is close about 2.2
in terms of fuel
to $3 billion. Or compare not to how much the 1 cedi additional levy is bringing, and there's still a shortfall. But the shortfall is now smaller than what it used to be paid 3 to 4 years ago. And now I've done the analysis. The shortfall we paid in the last 4 years, on the last 5 years, was averaging about 20 billion cedis every year. We had to find that money to actually keep the lights on. But now this year, last year, numbers is the lowest we have paid in the last 5 years. Why? Because we have a mechanism and a system, a component of it. So if you're able to keep the lights on, it's simply not because you've managed
a magic one,
but because you have money to buy fuel, you have increased tariff, which is also bringing in
additional
cash waterfall mechanism. But in the absence of those things, and especially when the city is in a bad health, trust me, it will be difficult to
follow it. Okay, Kofi, men kwansa, that is if say BBN yes is men kwansa. Kofi head of the Joy News Research Desk, and Motin and kind of doing some really good research work for us here on the show. But Yagusu Kasana na immediate past MD of ECG Ewura Studio or a lawyer Dubik Mahama Councillor Kwaba net saying closer to microphone, yes.
And they be that's you.
You who were hache.
Oh, me dreaming. Me dreaming who pa na what is saying.
Adom ya the had obviously ye nim so ye bisa had a woman here.
Oh, say me TV baby na you see asɛm aba asɛm na aba no unim hu bi ofrɛ me sɛ wopɛ sɛ ɔde me di nkɔmmɔ na meka sɛ mema mesi magyae kasa ɛna wo se kia ne ki mepɛ sɛ wo kasa ɛna meka kyerɛ sɛ madwen wo na awia yi mete hɔ medwen wo ana mese wonim bibi wodeɛ boa
ubetu aba
na ɛyɛ nkɔmmɔ ne ɛba bɛdi mefa nyɛ amanyɔsɛm ukaya ewo mu sister station Joy.
Yes.
Because say energy sector issues no red, gold and green with the black star. Adiwe ye di ya manyosema emu bia. Sebi ya wo kakra wo mu ni se he ebi mu atena konwa no mpen. Omu gusu tiase. Omu wi.
Yes.
Aban amemu nsem no ade eto aso. Amamu nsem no aban nsem na asema eto aso. We free mu ase enkyere se untumi nka de unhu ye ana se na oye oniema ana se na de niema totoye. Usemi nua na kasa no ka bibi se within 2023-2024 there was no way we could have met your friend is saying your obligations under the cash waterfalls because of the forex challenges.
Of the forex challenges, no, yes.
Unia, at that point, you can be because you are in a position where there's a political expectation and there's a management expectation. Sisia, any na boboswa any effect and yadi ababedru baby at TCCA. Maybe no. So there's a constant shortfall, there's a constant shortfall
throughout
between 300 maybe.
Yes.
Yeah. And there may be a young commodity any proactiveness nere to be because I didn't know to 1 year. But said be mitne kunyanum 2 years and almost 2.5 years.
Yes.
Na me sorry. And there may be a me huye. And there may be a me start here. Nemebu ha mentimi anwi na mde me niama to na me koye asem ne say so pese ogbon komo about ECG adwuma ye na niama mienu. You first of all have to think about ECG as a business. One. And then also think about your friend is saying think about the upstream side. Make upstream and make
generation.
Yes. And it's no related to ECG.
Yes.
Diaba. Emi ya pa di esi wo akosomo. Make say nyame ya na mebwa. I'm not going to apportion blame. Things do happen. We are at a point where we have to do some friends saying reflection. Same way we for politics into nche around the table. Because Adiwe Yanshe next year around the same time Yabere
will be in the
same problem again. But Nyama was here the tutu na nya fuel tonkwa. And yes generation nkwa asemno operations eka ho. And I'm making sure say your limited resources no are applied properly
prudently,
and the right things are put in place. Nkomo mi hu baby I mean starting free because me know one boss we free so baby.
But I think baby I remember start here fee 1 a year. As part of the reasons the minister eka say amayenya problem we no a year under investment over the years on the distribution end. For example, he makes the point say a lot of the transformers no are weak or are overloaded. Now as over the years this year they've had to begin injecting over 3,000 transformers to keep the system stable.
Because there be ukaya me ba hasi.
Yes.
Means nanti mu stations ni na so kasaya about say the next doom so about be higher no na any generation no said the lines no any heavy enough to carry
mankaza same way I remember
and then abobo abede abedrua na no I could understand ministers' difficulty in trying to explain it, and also PR now Joy.
Yes.
I also could see his difficulty. The situation is fluid. Yes, it is fluid, because until say peak bedroom, until say peak time no besuno, shortage. And a peak, what is peak? Peak here time na yapon akodu fie a obi abre.
Yes.
But dear bakwa na refini say beyond February till now has been the hottest period in Ghana. Weather conditions.
Yeah, that's the mom crisis.
Yeah, mom crisis. Yeah.
It has been one of the hottest period, and sometimes who now during one can say because a banner transformer and the cry become overload heat crowd will take it off.
Yeah, excess heat
will take it off. Yeah, but not only that, but with the overload too, then it becomes two troubles. One God.
Yeah. You remember the number of transformers are injected under your tenure. In Tibia, okay, your analysis who say Accra was say pushy bear 300 new transformers. Well, in himself BSPs, the Musi Sandbox supply point, Edekandi, but for transformers, ne unim.
Transformers, minimum. Now, total number of transformers, a brew 20,000.
Yes.
In the system.
Yes.
And the again say ebia ye kasafa ebia area way. Omo ye nkakra. But assembly say e no kra dey edaho. E no kra dey edaho. But assembly no untimi nchemu mienu. Also to me start free throw na abafem. Oka sem about generation na number na start free say na ko say ohwe eyina ekosoro say na adepe sometimes it be kosoro drusro na flatten wo ansa na bede
adepe.
Now one of the things one flag during the day of peakness you can say be about 2,500.
Yes.
How many power plants and the Bemao 2,000 but Uma Munina Sosa Unya Brusa Unya 2.5 no pepe Ubenya be a building
managing that.
But they be to Ubia also saw any Nano Ubenya 2.8 2,750 what meanwhile we have 2.5.
Yes.
It is almost 300 megawatts now. Also during the day, Mr. T program B. It was aimed at the solving a particular problem with. Be who Huawei for battery storage systems.
Okay.
They are containerized. Our China or BSP or box supply point. Sir. My battery CCC or hear anything, and as you're speaking during the day we are still losing it now. As we are speaking we are still losing it because whenever even 50 megawatts 250 megawatts the cost of unsold energy. I said this year
technical losses,
yes losses, but all those add up to ECG's what?
ECG's losses, yeah.
No cost losses.
So the cost will give you the losses.
Exactly. Me tell kunyamunu me yadie bi obi anya bi da me frɛ KPMG eso a ECG ni na de go say audit the companies total from top to bottom the losses. What is said we don't see ECG losses here be 60%, 70%, 60 above 50. Obi a we catch us ECG losses now but from na chese on fasa ndema ni nyeden
and shame.
We have to be honest with ourselves. We have to be. If we are at a point where we need to take a decision, I'll see a bon komo ehudi e pese ye koye nima o see timi transi ni ye hwe ni ye ka say okay say na hu we say by now me ba catch us say ECG losses na ba down bedru say okay so mo amfa sa eyina nyeden a anka ho a o see be 300.
That's the minimum.
Me ma assignment kitu ebi. Go back na kwhwe how much you too good during the day.
Yeah.
na company na has say nke traffic here nka obenya shortage onya the problem is solved.
But is it possible to trap it?
Yes, in the batteries.
Oh, and it's a project also says
yes. But meaning baby akwa kodru.
And this is an excess generation there within the day. Na cop battery nim.
Na a store.
Now for peak period.
For peak period then we release it.
No. Kronafa.
No, o started building it.
Oh, me see me person I see me ye nyama nyosem.
We are
talking and how to operationally solve it because me person me so free as in akase we akase akwane akase munchi 3,500 containers munchi no sisi awanya no abetra radio so no headache o kasa me mama say be amanyosem.
Okay, I get you but I think we still have to answer this question sir.
But okay investment as me
yes
ECG investment saying me said deputy minister can wo PM Express say me free to na ECG budget 9 billion or more use ECG at 1.5 so some no kind
ECG budget for what
for 2024
capex and
total was 9 billion
okay
and now or see or more reduce budget no by say 1.5
yes. I think energy minister Kran Kasaka.
Me deputy.
Yeah. Oh, many John Adin Komombo Akawa.
Bro, that is disturbing. That means that one mama kate nyama bi so.
Anko mbeti mi aye.
It is sia asem na abano efiri.
Meaning say the whole of last year budget and kaisi betimi dia ye adwuma no that budget was cut. It no more investment bi o mantimi anya.
Obi be ka say bia na ye management atoto niema bebre bi say ya to niema 15 years dey ade.
Yes.
Ni omo hu no mo yusu an omo yusu ye. Ebi gusu wo ha na ebi gusu ni o. It is obi ka say ono minister no ka say warehouse and I say no enye ono a. Obi say ka say sisi akọ warehouse a wonya ni oma. Because in the money in a day, they've
been used.
Sebi. Nam tia kunyam. And it's a dim who be or me a day.
Okay.
And I was a day. Yeah, kase okay.
Remember, Kofi the assignment way, at least Ochina so betimia all thermal plants now installed, no?
Yeah.
Mayehu obia installed capacity and what they are generating now.
That's very possible.
Anti Mayehu sawe no.
What you say?
Why?
Yeah, it's supposed to omo bomechi about AXA na awokumas.
Yes.
Yeah.
What you say Andrew COD but produces here.
It's now producing.
One AXA 2 hour
producing. And same be wo ho a utie chire na wo hu a obeyede.
Yes.
But and then edge kumasi.
Sure. Kofi ndi me patro yes adwuma na my fortuna. Why? All the thermal plants or more installed capacity and how what they are generating now.
Okay.
At least now any foundation for the available capacity now near can one why? And that's Papa Kofi has to leave and go and attend to other issues. Oh yeah, head of research I will join you. He'll be back here on the show. Now afi yedi and comment many lawyer Dubik Mahama ebetwaso edi and come immediate past MD electricity company of Ghana ononi no edi and come trying to understand under him neoma a course so the level of investment a course so to make the grade no stable and yebusanen so say the views on what's happening now as far as the power situation no concerned. Lawyer, one critical thing I'm person me busa in line with our investment at the end the generation capacity because only generations are now distribution but moye adwuma boom in that value chain in the generation capacity that was added at least in the last 8 years no na saying was it okay
meaning for the time period na near wo hono it was okay because na ebi wo hodeda na yehu say Kumasi voltage near problem on Tawuma so.
Yes.
Yeah, the Senate. Yeah, ma Senate power purchase agreements on Munko. And yeah, ma a AXA 2.
Yes.
A power purchase agreements almost on
Munko.
Namiwa no way Amerinu every takrade Eddie about so that a best strengthen middle belt.
Yes.
Now the Edika on yes Sasu who say car power ship you know ebe soon very soon or PPA no be soon very soon. Now command idea found say sir 450 megawatts. A day na ye be idea close to sa gap no say e ba ne say almost your mutu almost
pakwa.
Enti ye ni access kasa e ba ka hunu say power purchase agreements no I sign my breast no na ni nyina nye 100% take up pay. A be 50, a be 60.
Okay.
There was a second one I any asked for Kasa I say Omunsi Bako or Western region because this car power situation. It's the discuss it for 900 megawatts at 60% take up pay because sebi Untumi kaso bi be say huge investment now untumi guarantee say within the year untumi use a minimum of 60% of the day the power. Enti ene ma ye ne axa for kasa for no but ye renew axa 1 PPA no eno say ye boy ye chisa ene nyame ncha de ye nyina ye hu eso mfa so adwuma we may mfa nya amanyosem ye di ya amanyosem a Ghana fo nyina bubefu bubefu yen se na ekono start ya ayehi gakra he enra onipa na ni beji pa be minister because nsu aye den nsu ato na chese demand aye den
ebeba heat no
another na mani age ama no enyema bebre wo value chain no mu a ya ye fan susu hu enwe hu nkase bia we ebeboa anase emmoa anase we wo se hwe ni se ana hwe ni se de ntia me na me pese onipa na etna se etwen no ene se okasem bi fa cash waterfall ena na meba fre okashira o se na ECG in declare because ECG no mu ye den na me tie konwa no na minim sika hia ye hia busumi bia se wo si ye bibia
to run ECG
na minim enti sebi se o kase min koji seska nyina na ECG koji seska nyina amra ni emfa seska nyina enko na de beba be di ye ho be because si am ebia na meboa ese na cash water for ECG enya be 250 and 300 million. Basically, the other catcher and say ECG koji 1.8 and I say 2 billion eba. Ye you 350 penny the idea.
The ama ECG someone fanya mojuma.
How are you expecting them to replace those transformers? Because 350 no mama no one check why ejuma or ECG da. Sisi salaries by the time na me flow na 100 million. Utia staff health na ye nyina idea fancy be 45 and 30. Auto fuel ema operational vehicles no
a dawson so
aha ube wi no sika ben
and how the proper capital investment.
I have always had a problem with how the cash waterfall is structured. Sebi obi ani agi IPP4 ni eti omuka na company na
Gigix kaneba no
ayesen ya ECG I say o no yere no matifi omuno wa obaboa mo adokoko na ewie no mo akoton koko na ewie asaji usika no wo ba fie no wo so omu de omu hia o yere no ma no omu nyisika kitu ebi na eye se na mote na se na mote e wo mfie na eye na di sika na ye show wo di show abonte sofo wo wi awasaba ka say company ni yen den yen private sector participation PSV na say adie na say problem na yenye ready say ebere
in the EU call for an urgent restructuring of cash waterfall mechanism.
It must look out for ECG and its minimum required investment, first of all in meters, and second in the hard lines itself, in the transformers, in upgrading the lines to give you better service. Mami adenamika meter.
But before that, now we can say unim how much it will take to run ECG on a monthly basis, I suppose. And no plus or minus bear saying say 350 near the mamu through the mechanism. Munya bear 500.
Munya bear between 650 to 500.
500 to 650 million.
They would be comfortable.
Ghana cedis every month. The company can run with all the necessary investment.
Yes.
In the current mechanism na mamu 350 ne the more company no.
Be say between 250 to 300.
Okay. Okay.
Me nka say me nimpa but ubetimi aye wa research. Na me problem ne say company ye den yeska limited liability company e den yeska. Na afi the regulator and extra company no.
Sika no the ubetimi use.
But a big problem. Na oya sa wie na eka beda ho a yemfa sa aka no yemfa nto management no so say omo run company ni yie ana say yemfa nto regulator no so say regulator ne na say ye niema bi a e wo say management wise ne ye trase ne ye bonkomo if you say koko efuo no one to fertilizer one to machines, one to equipment, one to ya obeheda koswa ye den adokoko no.
Asempa FM.
Enoni nkomo a ekosu sisi a. E say sisi a no very easy say obeka say staff ni lazy, but staff entisa why adwuma open. Oh staff na ye say efie bi ade mensa wo bijitum. But there are a bunch of very dedicated engineers.
I've said, sir, you'll find some of the best electrical engineers in our country. ECG.
Matisse, you see, sabotaging Komo be there, Miss Obi Biara as
and yet possible. One faces our challenge.
Debbie.
Sir, while staff members be deliberately and manipulate the system no to make your work difficult.
Or the other. What management? What will problem will be? Then
you deal with it.
Men kase sabotage. So person moving crop around. Me can me be move them around. But move them around.
With the narrative say almost sabotaging.
Me nya shock say mpeni foreign na kasa me person me
no JJ Mpoka say just coincidence.
Me person me gidi say agro. Management wants the best out of the staff. They will feel say uko hase obetimi ani na uko hase obetimi ani. Iti ani de mesre me staff ne obi anisa munya mamu masa nkomo no kra nya den e masoro. Mamu man masoro kra omunso mu ho no ma obi anya na adwuma obi ammo no homodin. No they should be bold enough to put out their concerns. Eno ni ade ba ko a me kotre konya mi hu say na staff no any management no nkomodidie no na staff dey omu shedanti management issues na say management so feel say the master staff no say dey omu ha adwene do omu ha but oba a oni ni tifie ti ase say 5,000 ya mikitai o say me hwe kwasi yawo say anyway school fees and some abedru so oba no be hedan obeti ase me drew ECG konyanum no na ECG revenue and number 450-700
million Ghana cedis a month.
Okay. Ya na 800. By the time I me free konyanum no me nimpa say say no mo end at an all high of about 1.7 to 8 billion. 1.7 to or 1.8 billion
Ghana cedis.
Yes. A month. Then you know your digitization processes na heading.
Must start here.
Nipa baby.
Wa me nyina.
Obi sunya den.
Entroaso.
Na ade ba kwa eboa na stability wa ade no mpa LRP no loss reduction program run an which involves senka was here the meters mass replacement
of meters no
because they are switching to MMS system. The MMS is standardizing meters in na. Eti eni na misa nanti hu ne yi nyina. Eno na aboa with stability no. But eno so ya dey eden e continuous. E wo so mo eden. Omo to
Asempa FM.
Because ade no ade baako a oka na meka say meters, dey tell me meters. Ade baako a this ka ba eden.
Meters no. Say na bet say power amanfo use.
Enti say ya na meter so no lifespan ye 10 years. Enti bebre na ye den obsolete. Bebre na che. Ebi so o postpaid so omo ye den omuntua. Because ebi an bill buy say ni say. Ni nyina na ye digitize say na nyina mi ware hye mu so omo beto aso. Mo gidie so omo bewie.
Yeah.
Sebi me who as a catalyst, me be speedy up reaction. But en commoner causes and immediately no. I was so yes not during the day waste no. You started trapping go.
Trapping go. Na anko waste.
Because
anko waste will be better. ECG will have to bear that.
Aye. Me tell you or no can be say peak you saying. I see peak you saying.
Yeah, peak demand and asset generation.
A peak demand you saying.
Peak demand here 4,300 to 4,400 megawatts.
Why do you know ECG? It's not ECG. ECG in consumers are 4,000 in ECG peak. ECG peak is here and actually so I be at 27, 28, 2,700, 2,800.
That's how we call netco so. They call other private distribution companies.
It is here no. Yan transi amwaye ho a ye best resere ye ho sa na ede na beba.
But the criticism ne ba konso has been, and I think okay PPAs are under washer a sign minim say when you add up all the PPAs you signed back down to additional generation capacity of bear saying, do you remember?
The top of my head, enter now
1,005 megawatts.
Bra, metumwada.
Okay.
Metumwada. Sebi, adebi wa ujaya was so to me you free man. Yes, sir. A bear send ya we free so peso be free. Metuma dream. Dear me pen say me who say ya koyenim. Ah, ya boy, wona adi ya de ekosuyi. Me dear minim ye dear minim wo bo hu nko say ye de kaka ho ne ade those are the ones sorry ye adwuma sebi me there ade say axa 2 no I started ye adwuma kra even before I was say ready say
ye adwuma
ye wo waste wo system no mu a ye close sa gap ye close gap no on waste na yetimi dwin ko yanim nti say bi mu ka solar solar nya inductive power enya power ye generation yeah like ye industry sorry not generation industry
only more for
residential it is uncommon the standard but see I was here doing a friend saying you know baby I kimi aka say energy security no odwi o make sure say when ya de o hie nyina ansa na why den energy security no it mean for the instance no to plug the stop gap no me patch out say yen hwe ne ntimi close gap no with some form of storage for during the day
excess
during the day no
before we even think of additional thermal power say be contracted fresh
sa pepe yetimi close sa gap na because we say na PR no ka say they are progressional it is fluid. He's right. And you're static. But as you are going up no too big. Too big. For na too big. I don't know too egu. Chito. Utimi chito later no better
I think that point is a very very solid point, but the other bit in so the peculiar situation in Kumasi. What was the problem in Kumasi?
So we say Kumasi initially not power plant be any Kumasi. It's not power transmission free south
and Eco North.
na the eban is also a far lines num could drew and Kanian and Kanian anu nyedi.
Yeah, anu nyedi.
Eti na sa problem na started. And the then minister, former minister. Or ne papa bako a friend of Mr. Francis Jata. A boss adie no ho komo. Ena omuni VRA kasa na VRA started say o move e yinako. Make us about eti yes set your plans no not the whole idea and say we also had to the expanding BSP no
yes,
to be able to absorb
yes.
It now why expanding BSP now we have power now untimi evacuate power no, in the first place you can't evacuate now meaning baby a project now could do also let's not forget say demand is growing at a very 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 rapid rate. I na me kasa say we dey be say ube share obi me buy interview bi amka ube share obi o na miniska me wa osi dan o wie so a onko ECG ho no wa fa chire na wa here wa fa electrician no mo na to so na fe de ube hu na transformer na here I overloaded ni nyina ka nkomo na company na e dia betu dwa no MD ne kasa utumi hu the difficulty obia kasa utumi hu difficulty utumi hu baby a problem free but sabi ye drew pepe so a e wo say yetimi jai say ye de ade we e ya amanyosem yetimi jai na say omo be no bipartisan so that be say ye nyina na abom na ya so anu na ye nyai say because who start ade na wo free ho a obi ba na adwum no o hompe opeso bi wa ohun we ni so ade hu banko no bonko mo kakra na no transfer kakra bo say ade ye ni say a de na asuma sika no
in the Kumasi 2 BSPs no e was say e expanded
no
do we need new BSPs e wa Ashanti
very possible say you be here depending on the number of power plants to build a proper loop who says a BSP no mu loop in here say ba kuduma the other one that me akobako so enti minim say engineers no mo aye nyuma bi a e fa saade no ho so that betimi accommodate power plants so that betimi aye den e betimi evacuate power no
e dey akọ
me gidi pa say e was say omubua minister no na omudi niema te say sa stop gap measures e betimi close gap no because so otumi trap here e be reduce no fuel cost
it what hammer what trapping so I mean is very important
because some days you lose almost 250 to 300 me was than 250 to 300 off peak no ebe close gap at
peak in the investment be a bit me already build this asset me they be trap excess power na was here and the minimum say paper na da ho obudu office ho be me suma team koye mu koye yi ni nyina e bai enti ene de da ho a omu somu a eno ebe boa within the because adi bia ebe boa ya ma ya tete ye sika ye spend so no de ebe boa because e kai da ho na ye den eso do we have to anticipate because enrana ye go through figures ye hu say sisian ye ni even reserve margin as we speak because I say oshe peak on both sides into peak generation peak demand that there is still a shortfall of about 300 to 400 megawatts into say you need reserve margin that is a danger for your system no what do we do
say no be say you excess capacity
yes that was from 2017
and that even 2022 2023
yes
24
yes
because say excess margin amuka wa sebi ebe yira sisia o ebe yira sisia yira
Inti Minister Carr said they want to ramp up additional 1,000 megawatts in the short to medium term. A way to go.
If Sakra, that means short term no you know. 1,000 he's kicking the can down the road. we kasa me kasa man there be antisa but Ghana no antisa Ghana na ye nim 10 years ago no Ghana na enyini ena enyini so a enyini at a very very fast rate Ghana no why say akola ye man lactogen onyini at a very very fast rate enti say because AXA 2 na ye no mo sign ye no ye no mo sign 900 megawatts for the Western Enclave.
Okay.
Eti sisi a baby a yedru baby a clear nokre wo ho ayeka. Oburu so 2000 obetimi aton ama on neighbors. Simple. Burkina Faso power no here, Togo on here, Ivory Coast on here. Omo obi o friend West Africa power pool.
Yes.
Yetimi hihye ne here, yetimi ye den. Eton ma omo ya
excess no kogu.
The excess no kogu on here send sa foreign exchange no. Because I know ton $10 na ana.
Yeah.
So even energy sector no could also bring in forex to come and augment its own your friends debt situation.
And where we are there, we have to strategically ramp up more generation.
We have to, because you trend analysis now man. Who how faster you close to our gap no. And you how faster you close to our gap na then also
yeah.
I was say
ode udinya biba beka ho. But when all is said and done, I mean, the usual way, and it's in the power value chain, no, the most important part is distribution. It is opposite of fixing problems or value chain. Just fix distribution. Fixing distribution, and so no suggestions are being and say, oh, the status quo is the I was seeing a private sector more participating in the distribution. Yen call back to PSP, said the PDS started, you know, say mistakes be by one yen sign correct near a concession agreement bill. From what you know, as will be our managing ECG Dano, you think that is the way to go?
I don't agree, because share Obiaka say PDS ye Juma 5 months or 6 months or more revenue near dear minimum management team year a broad year PDS year within that period.
So we like for like comparison. For like. 5 months, 5 months.
Yeah, like for like. Like for like. Bam.
Really?
Me in Canada, who dear say research niwa. Or research niwa say you should research nino. No onfa numbers no to no be my response. Me my own question enko kase bia me bia me person. Dear ECG management etimi achieve from 2023 to now. I brought there na PDS na therefore minister na mu kase ECG sika akosoro na so sika na akosoro ana obi akase sika na akosoro na ohia PSP ni dia eden.
So the PSP they guarantee you sustainability, consistency.
Who invest it? You who find investment beyond core company no. So expect sustenance. It is not a sustenance number. Enka I would have loved say be a 250 no enough for ECG and at 300. And ECG intimi nya there was so ya. And they ought to be born what I say, ought to be born say ya ma de o hie nyina nanso de ya wo bro no bebre Uganda say omo ye PSP no anye yi. There are parts of this world omo ye PSP amfa. Hey PSP, one of the first things I was say o share e PSP PSP mo cultural setting o customers no assassin we be sure bia no o pese oni me bo hon komo a enkrofobia o mo are interested in PSP ni ade bi frame o e pese ni udi nkomo me mo sa nkomo no fi se enema e wo so enema mienu miensa bi e happen ansana obetimi consider PSP ibisa asemo. What is the biggest asset of a utility company?
Your lines, of course.
You are wrong.
Which one is it?
It's your customers.
Okay.
O customer ni wa na wo nim o customer na. we had then kase maton ade ama ma yede man yuska. You starting program be a friend KYC.
Know your customer.
Between say so who sa QR codes na e about ECG logos.
Yes.
Aha. E dey obi a Ghana card ka ho. Ufie na digital address. La meter or draw power free. Distribution transformer draw power free. Say ye name customer numbers no properly so called on the ground. Oh yeah, PSP be a say oh yeah, you create loose and share. Omo kind of simple say oh me the boundary meter bebo ha na me say me the 50
yes.
50 boxes of power na kwa say today 50 boxes of power. It's not that simple.
It doesn't work that way. Simply, sir.
Now. Sebi ya obu agrobi omudi o social media say yedum kania o islegon yedum kania o kasan kwan ben no. The revenue and the ska unya free a friend is saying unya free asankregwa.
Yes.
And yes skani bi na obenya o islegon. If you say asankregwa na bia it's a growing town. Sure. Here is a very developed place with people omudi ebikra or elevators wo mufie. And also ya dia ba kwa airpim ECG or transformer no. Obiato lift no any few private home 3-floor house or the lift ashim.
So he is on a distribution
transformer with any other person or so lift in the whole area. Ekosiisen
be overloaded.
Me cases to say ECG no yabotre ena edru pepe so was see we need to listen to the company. We need to look at ECG as a business. And not just the status quo as it goes.
But when him say minister technical committee was set up, say they should go around, listen to people and advice on the way forward for ECG, you know. Our recommendation is clear that we need a private sector participation, and they suggested two ways: either we go with a single concessionaire and as a multiple concessionaires. And the decision on the way forward in there, it's clear.
Let me. Na mean Kensi Subako. Private sector participation, you implement it.
Sure.
You implement it on a pilot basis.
Yes.
You implement it with meter manufacturers. Okay. Meter manufacturers because board eka say obi biara our meter manufacturing company wa Ghana. Ye man area no nya den own meter. Ye capture meter no na meter ni make sales an ya den ye tia omuka. That was a form of private sector participation.
Yes.
Yes, we do need some form of private sector participation, but on the giant scale of a concession to say PDS
you don't support that.
Shut down support. Me support. If you say, T, Obianim say, Sisiano, company no main problem.
Yes.
Cash to buy materials, Niama Omuhia, to do their transformers, to intensify this, to do that. Sisia, and nothing come out was here, but sebi adia ya etimi hame se odi we yes our concession type na I say PDS time government was going to guarantee shortfalls to pay unipa no ka bibi wa ha say forex no sisia I stable no say twaso a ECG can pay what?
A lot of their debts.
Secondly, Osachira will say 2024, no matter how hard I tried,
no matter
how hard we tried with management, with the staff, no matter how hard we tried, there's always going to be a shortfall because when I'm 15, when I'm 16. Ube rage mama no pano. By a year, on talk forex. Edrubebi na minister crap say you starting power purchase agreements yen hwese e betimi aye ni cities but na ebeye din asemna da on say obi anka say private sector entering participate private sector, and even that private sector participation can be implemented now. You don't need full scale now. Yeah, carry retail side. Yeah, the area where my way. Yeah, the area where my sumesi. Yeah, say sisia. So kukudro now we usika na because ECG no meters na incrofo any meters na dosu.
Yeah.
nkrofo any meters the doors nti ni nyina wo hwiri ska nipa no eden oji power na wo hwiri ska enti se utumi fa nyansa kwan bi so e de plug gap make sure say ya kan obia ye ni baby obia ti ye obia GPS location ye obia your friend is saying Ghana card now the not to now money meter we sure say Ghana phone tia
ombetua I mean I get your point yes, because like it has always been, there has been one form of private sector participation or the other in the operations of ECG.
That is it.
That what you are against and a wholesale concessionaire agreement, because
there's a social component to it.
Yes, the concessionaire may not want to continue.
Hey, because Fanny say Mikrom Jimbale or your constituency.
Yes.
Woman meter within 10 years can only recoup meter because our bulb back or fridge or what did they make say? It is a social so low lying people no better.
Yes. Yes.
Low lying people no never break. And in command was here didn't say I didn't know unim baby usike free umitri num. Any how soon you can get the meter to the customer and how soon now you expand the lines and intensify the lines. Intensification no dear here. Intensification no I the minister car any dear yampa me matra konwa no mehu. Me betra say nkase me the yam and yourself Debbie. You go if say adewe yan so anu a Ghana fo bu befu ye nyina.
Sure.
Yemwa ye ho. Adeni ye ni baby ako Ghana na ne ya de me ka che obi ame manko school abrochiro nko school o Ghana mi ni wo fadama mi ni baby ako it is ye beso anu a ye so anu ye mfa manyosem to nchen ni enya say yes 3 weeks na ye say na Debbie asem na aba na asem na fa ye nyina ye ho e fa obi afie.
Very well. I mean, kind messages kakana fe memrana yenshe and wrap up. Many the former MD of the Electricity Company of Ghana, AD and Komo, lawyer Dubek Mahama and Moten and Kano. My main kind messages kakawe se Obi. The former MD's position is difficult. ECG is at the downstream where the consumer pays for the power. How should the upstream players get paid? With his position on the cash waterfall mechanism, his cocoa farm analogy is difficult because the input of his production is not all. The input, of his production is not all his. Good fellow there of Faye and Odiwe Abba. And he believes if we should go by your structure now, we'll come for the cash waterfall mechanism now. The generation companies will suffer.
They will not suffer.
Okay.
You have to grow the pie. If you leave the pie static now, it will be where it is.
Yeah.
And then, so now, we are fast formula now. Hina then ko pesca my ECG. Abai.
Yeah.
A bedding.
And you just have to nurture the hen lay golden eggs, no?
Also to add, the company Reiki in 1.8, we need to change certain styles of management.
Yes.
Me kaipa say me ko meeting bi na broni me ka say bi kire me. O say na permit me na me kan bro from. O say there's no utility in this world that spends what it goes to collect. You borrow against.
Yeah.
ECG 1.8 billion. Wa check 1.8 billion ni na. Wa sa ko hwehwe 1.8. Ebia obenya 17, ebia obenya 2 billion. O de aba wa sa che ni na. Wa sa ko biom. Anti-credit system be a new ECG because don't forget, to capitalize a bank in Ghana is you need 400 million Ghana cedis.
Yes.
Can't ECG capitalize some banks and ask the banks to pay while they work to fill the bucket?
Okay.
There are few strategies that could be applied. I mean, you said ni abubo ebi hun komo board as to say it stabilize at the end na say LRP ni na sika no bedo so a ye nye sa ye nye te say busudu we dia agine ye di ni na ya saba ya ba ya sa kokrom ya chicha my IPPC ya chi omobia many ya agine di okan but I was see change your style ye change style na ni egusu ye Gadgetsburg approach of development na bibia ko one back a consolidated fund ye che asa ebi ni o asa back bra enti sa wo amona no ni bebi a ye pese ye ko no enti sa wo ade ba ku so hu se mi ti ase mi World Bank has never developed any country. They have never ever developed any country.
That's an interesting dimension, but main message. Let me do this. Glorious happy birthday to Jaden and Yunyam Ututu Owusu Odame. May God exceptionally bless you, make you a significant and relevant sign and wonder unto your family and your generation. May you have an upper hand in life, in school, and in all situations in Jesus' name. Hashtag we love you dearly. We free O Papa anyone nom and O Papa Same Odame, who is producer of the Super Morning Show on Joy and News File on Joy News and Joy FM. Inti Jaden and Yunyam Ututu Owusu Odame, happy birthday to you, and live to be 94.7 and beyond. We say happy birthday to my second mom, Mrs. Georgina Abedu Taylor of His Mercy Evangelical Church. I hope your birthday is as magical as you are. It's been a joy getting to know you and a pleasure to call you my mother-in-law. From a Mankwetia family and all your in-laws. Today is also the 18th wedding anniversary of Mr. and Mrs. Amankwatia Bebina Freno Akuntajo in the year 18 years ni. We wish you very, very, very well in the years ahead. Hi Obi, please, I don't get it for the current government to allow this doomsday syndrome to happen under their watch again. Jimmy Owusu Kwatin ewo Virginia, US of A and on the way Abre. And somebody has sent me a picture of how the batteries now looks like. Or say Obi, this is how the batteries look like. This is located at Bui. That's a Bui for a similar thing. Inti Charles Ewa Yalolo medase papa. We say Obi, good afternoon and many thanks for the explanation on the cash waterfall mechanism. My question is the cash collected under this mechanism being able to pay month-to-month actual owings for the IPPs and all within the value chain? If no, then we are doomed, aside what your guest even said of the cedi to dollar appreciation or depreciation. Thanks. Alfred Mensah Onoma, Executive Director, Ignite Incept Africa, LBG. We cash waterfall mechanism. Based on the structure, no, say the ECG the emana IPPs no ekebia for the month mutia
from the matiti say sisia no omutimi tua.
Okay.
A car omode per the month.
Okay.
Omutimi tua be 100%, be 90%.
Be 90%.
Mati say no omutimi but at what cost?
Yeah. To ECG.
At what cost? If say yen kan hunu say enena yamakasa ya me started say me 1990.
Yeah.
Time be FD. Enema obi ehun say ye wo upstream and ye wo downstream.
Yeah.
Na satan na nkoboni ni make us fi say ye dumu kan ya ofi a hena din na obo.
ECG.
Aha. Ye dumu kan ya onka VRA.
Yes.
Unka Gripco. Unka Bui. Unka AXA. Unka Power. Unka ECG. It is a nipa na obi anim no so no nti ya.
Na say the whole value chain in tea. It is a chess scanner was said you be anim no nyamo.
Akwa na waka say cocoa farmer de no nti ase na media minisi say na mesa church no mu biom. I just observe me use different analogy man. Because at the end uti plane mu yeah announcement na then e catch say mask ni here she wo de crans wa boa oba yeah en kasa obi otu nche yes oba she wo de answer wa boa no eti se sisi ase bibia ba na wo so ani nyina akosi eyi a then awe
It's true. Obi, Greek lawyer Dubik for me. I know because of his stance on issues, that's why a lot of politicians didn't like him. That was why he moved out. By the way, why did he buy only cables, which have been a problem in Ose Abu? Now, Gamel, Ewutu Obrache, in the Shahoni Bio.
Cables. Transformers are kakrakana ye install this here nina
nneɛma na na ɛwɔ mo warehouse ni bia
nneɛma na na ɛsɛ airport transformers akakraka na yɛ sesa wɔ ha yɛ sesa wɔ cables na ɔmo ka
ni nyina yɛ saa mo nneɛma ni bia ɛnyɛ new transformers ɛyɛ procure na nsa ya
David na say transformer wonim transformer
how long it takes
to manufacture one. It takes a longer time.
In a lot of the transformers being fixed now where the new go harder
near ya to ana aba containers and a minister ka be container semi adi ham 1 year.
Yes,
I was see a share near kasa sem no manisi if you say so be we are
I was see a paper crow
sadie we entimi nkoso cause container na nya wodia si atrosu ECG ena me kasa se we si da say obi betimi auction and obi betimi you container atrosu Ministry of Defense and a Ghana Forces
da be untimi
che boapayo
yeah Indian was say a man kokowu sa
David
but you are confirming and say the transformers being replaced no a part of our consignment ne be good
because we say nketwa na bi ka the na won asan because asan obi also talk because I no omo hia bebre
work in progress be
work in progress Eji say udi cash water for na chiti say na esi di akire na ubenye ska wahis akọ catch transformer nipa so omro transformer ana oya so omro see ubenye dey tuanka
na say omoye structure of the cash water for mechanism no ye hu say percentage when ye dey ma ECG a ebe some operations nyina ana asa na ye locking in
yeah na we na binio sisia we e koso sisia mentiase the way I agree say ECG ubenya 350 ana so ubenya 250 minim ntia ana dem percentage of mudi share because makuma munu minim say seska we na ode ma omo a adwuma na opeso omo ye no enya dia ombede ombetimi aye it is just say wudi nipa na kosi akon na wa chichire ne say gu na chi ne ebubu na ni so
Obi, happy belated birthday to the incoming Assistant Secretary for Gomoa Central, Ebenezer Akwa. Keep being amazing and inspiring. May your new age bring strength, wisdom, and greater opportunities ahead. Gomoa Central will surely see the light. Okay, Auntie, thank you. This one says that Obi, the intermittent power outages in recent times is becoming unbecoming. At this juncture, it will be very best if the IPPs will assist ECG to draw a timetable for the innocent Ghanaians. Big boss, teacher Mante, IPPs need to assist ECG. So we say Obi, happy birthday to the woman who holds my heart, Ellen Opon Buama. Every beat of my heart still whispers your name. Your love is the poetry I never get tired of reading, and your touch is the calm my soul searched for. You are my once in a lifetime, my forever flame. I fall for you all over again in every sunrise we share. I love you deeply, completely, endlessly, today and always. You are my greatest love. Happy birthday to you from your husband Ernest Buama. Now, Ernest Buama, or what SS, not church was I am writing you from the
sending you.
I'm writing to you from the Sugar Mountain. SS letters now. Charlie, no, Ernest Buama, we brutal. Domi, Buama, ya nimli ya. Ukoti Buama ya. Hey, now say Ernest, no romantics are. Wow, that's really interesting. Where's Obi? You guys are giving the NDC too much filler. They say I'm my papa, but so allow them to solve the problems. Ask him. The NDC constantly says the NPP never added any capacity to the power generation. Can he clarify that? Gastiman ewo brekum. Gastiman yes.
Clarify.
Yedi sound common about. Sure. I think maybe now or pay a composite figure to know how much in terms of megawatts are the account.
Me kai ask at the end say 300 and 250 say be 303 but mean say Senate be 200 and I mean say ye ni for kasa ask
Asempa FM
timi hu but mean say ask 2 na start ye adwuma na say wo internet make kasa dey me enfa nya amanyosem no obi me start say me kasa me enfa nya amanyosem. If you say nke person dey am anyosem a be me transfer aka say axa first one no wu ye no ade na renew ye and ye renew a the account. That's pettiness. That's the height of pettiness. Si ye person so asem na no a de sinie den ne ye person ye na ni ba go see ye mo feel ado no me panic o Ghana for bre e ba me ba ye nyina it was to discuss solutions. It was not to lay blame at anybody's doorstep. Me who mean your penny our press conference. Nam raho.
Energy minister. Do you think, sir, we've gotten to a level where say a load management timetable?
Yeah. It's very fluid. Is very fluid. Former Minister Kaino Omudi Dinatem Ekandi Omubeka. Sisi current minister Swababeka. There's some truth definitely in what the two are saying. If it is a generation shortage of that much, yes. But if it is on the distribution side, it will be very difficult for you to determine, as the minister said.
Yes. But it is turning out, sir, it is not only on the distribution side, and that even on the generation side.
Who research Naka?
Yeah, many research.
Who research Naka? Sure. It is all called bio research there, yes. But see, called bio research because I also know said they are doing their best to make sure say the gap is always closed at every given point in time. But I also know of the mid-term mono say Iran.
Yeah, and give it my boy during peak, no.
It's a bad thing.
Okay.
A bad thing.
Okay.
To say oh yemfa way timetable ni and I said a bad thing. A bad thing.
Wow. Mate, in the council, I think it's been very, very helpful. Perspectives Saudi Arabia and area boy and papa to shape the conversation, at least going for a minimum, say a be influence how people talk about some of these issues. Inti Brano I know about Fahami Edin Como.
So me me call
I know about Fahami Edin Como. It's been good. Yeah, that's papa. Why? We wish you well. It is a
home Sa pepe ye fro ana aye den woko
na woko
ya mfro so aye den to baby di ojo home e de ni de Ghana na e ba kope o si e boa
but ECG a place how be person obese aye adwuma wo hobio if you get another opportunity.
Question ya we bu say me ya no because se me ya no sisi a ebi ebe ye bi mu de ebi musu enye bi musu de etiwe de ebe den me srepa say
let this cup pass me by.
Thank you.
Madam Council, Ekosiisen On Asempa FM. Yentie we emra ye ba ye the discussion segment na ebetrams, and then we have a very, very interesting panel coming through. You want to stay with us? Ye basi si Asempa FM so enie me pacho montwe me ba sisi anafe ya toaso edi enkomo chum na muwe you see anyane den so anyways okay we'll come back to this mama yentie we na fe yemra medin komo stay here Ekosiisen Sony high Asempa 94.7 FM
Oribo Ekosiisen. What is this? What's the dose? Now with this one, yet Jessica tentem. Any baby good dear would be. For oneexpert.com.gh website and our app so use a promo code GHDRAM. Listen at 300% welcome bonus. That could be 5,500 Ghana cedis. Gambling when you're true, into Channel Washimu, and Yama wana won't if you do much. Gaming Commission, Ajin Kratu Yatum. Every mosquito started run away.
This advert is FDA approved. Electroland Ghana Limited, Mamo, for our loyal customers, because your loyalty deserves more, Mamo, big rewards for you and me, from Accra to Tamale, all over Ghana. Electroland, #1. Just buy your favorite Samsung, TCL, Media, and NASCO electronics from any Electroland showroom or authorized reseller store nationwide. Dial *98*8888# or go to register.electrolandraffles.com and enter our weekly and monthly draws and stand a chance to win big. From TVs, ACs, fridges, gas cookers, washing machines, sound towers, mobile phones, and more rewards just for you. Approved by MLA Caritas Platform. Electroland Ghana Limited. Rewarding your loyalty the big way. Terms and conditions apply.
It is a water mackerel I would Jania. I want to African Queen mackerel. The rich will keke.
Hello, lady in the water tree. I may hear what's out summer for what you decide.
My hi, it's from Pamela. Mr. Mami mobile app details na your fan count to me bio.
And I'm a crowd was to say me friendly.
Hello? Customer experience. You're blocking my account, Mr. Mami pin number and I'm blocking.
Mr. Click the link what text message I send you one of the Sierra. Now you upgrade one for your ATM services for front also.
Now when I'm in the one who pan one hour click and answer no more than
Count of cray, like clay. Won't grow bit me out of science and FDM.
Bon who buy? I say Ecobank in free and I send you email and I'm messaging Miss our pin, OTP, bank card and I Ghana card was SEMDA. No winning now, Ecobank, the Pan-African Bank.
Na ede na ya obayi a oda formason ya funu emunumuni.
Oh Miss Sandri, also ya reya titi be benfie pi na so ne yam nyono da se me chiro no ahodo amato a me hunu hwea ebe ya nwanwa.
Menyi ni se what also tamfo hexa capsules any hexa mixture ya no mbom kotia also no bia ma no anom. Anka ne ho ato no dadaada. Also dro de eno ne hexa capsules any hexa mixture.
Ankom ni nchiremu.
Also ye kura eto ye funu ene ensunu mu. Etuma wo ye funu ekekawa. Wogye ho a enye. Also etumi ema wo ye cheko ebra wedidi awie. So how eye also there compare hexa capsules any hexa mixture nanum bom na ho ebeto.
Pedudu eto a ko Okanshi Drug Lane Kumasi Dani Herbal Takradi AA Mensa Anafre 02038228855. Aprofo about tanya wama won mo fenufo ene mo fra woni mfiedu mienu enka ho. Hexa capsules ene ne mixture
all satan for ebie age edwade nkrato yi atom.
Na last year massive afidi jai Asempa from UCF Sunday 30th May Tia Fana Bayede Tema Bayede Why and Eji Afi UEFA Champions League get ready Asempa from UCF Sunday Yes match no Giants Cristiano Na ye boss watola eti mark date no calendar ne so 30th May Ye show T Havana Asempa from UCF Sunday powered by Adum FM and Adum TV Mweku Esu Yasne Nasco bring home happiness Soccer bet your best breakfast sports betting. The Dishito, if you did Kiss Condom. Start with Kiss Condoms and go smooth with Kiss Strawberry Gel. See Havana Park and Restaurant. Great tradition, great entertainment. TSTV. Feel every moment. Adruho 2026 Africa Arm Wrestling Championship Adruho Africa what they funny on somewhat day and they win terms for 2 solid days for Ghana. If in Madagascar kosi South Africa, Kenya kosi Cameroon, Benin kosi Egypt, Nigeria to Ghana. Magana Asia Sano. Why? And Ebeya Magaho no 2026 Africa Arm Wrestling Championship. Basel Fest. And the 2nd of May 2026. Our Porteman Sports Complex. A power-packed 2026 Africa Arm Wrestling Championship. Africa Accra, you ready? Person sponsor. And now open to the movie 30244 280 802.
Every nation fighting, every arm is iron, shoulder to shoulder, pride never dies.
Electroland Ghana Limited, yeah, Mamu, for our loyal customers, because your loyalty deserves more, yeah, Mamu, big rewards for you and me, from Accra to Tamale, all over Ghana. Electroland, yeah, #1. Just buy your favorite Samsung, 2CL, Media, and NASCO Electronics from any Electroland showroom or authorized reseller store nationwide. Dial *98*8888# or go to register.electrolandraffles.com and enter our weekly and monthly draws and stand a chance to win big. From TVs, ACs, fridges, gas cookers, washing machines, sound towers, mobile phones, and more rewards just for you. Approved by MLA Characters Platform. Electroland Ghana Limited. Rewarding your loyalty the big way. Terms and conditions apply.
Malaria fever, typhoid fever, cold and dry days, loss of appetite,
Insurance, your trustworthy partner.
Powerhouse is 25 years and still rolling. Try out our exciting new Gold Rush experience today. Powerhouse, strong all day. Keep out of the reach of children. This advert is FDA approved.
Asempa aba Good Luck Africa Limited ewo osu Accra the assembly de be bro yet the discount kese to your home appliances ni na so yet it is say shabam massa offer we empower hokra esan say enya de beba wa kwemu bio free sisia na beje wo quality appliances beje ACs every 2590 cedis TVs every 899 cedis echo microwaves every 599 cedis echo fridges so every 1599 cedis gas cookers mo esase every 1499 cedis any neke kan wo bebre share ti akwai ewo Oxford Street Osu Accra and after Good Luck Africa Eneya ewo homa trofo iso 020-439-1011 and 023-730-0000 020-439-1011 and 023-730-0000 Good Luck Africa Limited and umpewe na upedien.
Hello, Medindi Wakadri. Na meye wasant sama mfa wajudi se.
My hi, you're from me Pamela. Mr. Mami mobile app details na yemfanka won't me bio.
Ana me crofwa was say me friend.
Hello, customer experience. You're blocking my account, Mr. Mami pin number na me unblocking.
Ndia hope pray to me CD mo.
Mr. Click the link what text message I send on no se siara. Na ya upgrade won ko ya ATM services for no so.
Na wona me neji won ho pa ne wona wo click kane ansa na omo dwene ho. Kono kre like play won crow bit me ato sales e fidi mo.
Bon ho ban kan say Ecobank in free and I send you email
and I message in misao pin OTP bank card and I Ghana card wasempta.
No winning now
Ecobank, the Pan-African Bank.
Na last year you massive afidi jai Asempa from UCF Sunday 30th May here Havana Bayede Tema Bayede why and eji afi UEFA Champions League no get ready Asempa from UCF Sunday yes match no Giants fish no na ye boss watola eti mark date no calendar ne so 30th May ye shout Havana Asempa from UCF Sunday powered by Adum FM and Adum TV meku afi aseme Nasco bring home happiness Soccer Bet your best bet for sports betting. The digital Ifedini Kiss Condom. Start with Kiss Condoms and go smooth with Kiss Strawberry Gel. The Havana Park and Restaurant. Great tradition, great entertainment. The STV. Feel every moment.
Sami sorry no pa. Kel Chaco toothpaste na me di missing. And mommy confidence. The money nina.
Serusia ama na me sifit gusuna mesrea. Eyo nwa me the Kel Chaco toothpaste. Ene twitwi missing. Oba de ni pa e wo bidi mu no. Ene dia ye Kel Chaco toothpaste. E boy si ho bai e free mowa e boy si mu tokro. E si ahye ene anumunka. Chuse amani Kel Chaco toothpaste so ni. Yeti center for.
Media magic Kel Chaco toothpaste at Togo. Me suna no pia na dwa me kodano. E ma me si ye fita. Confidence level koso. Enti bi na ma na me si tatu ni na guso.
Enka ne no ani ama me ndu bidie twitwi yese no. Asaya bebie mu o. Bidie wo Kel Chaco toothpaste mu no. E ma si ye fita. E ma na hoden. Ne sayi nka bia. Wo wonu me hwam. Enunti mo amonam cafe, wine, any tobacco e kamo seso no. Abama mo Kel Chaco toothpaste. Sankofa yenchi.
Kel, happy smile.
FDA aje ejodi nka to ya to mo.
Africa Prince,
Enti sa wo to mackerel e woduane a na wato African Queen mackerel na we chewe no mu keke na mpankwa
Ayampo se akwantuo mu nsem ye ka ne duonim na wanko bia na yew sa atesem eno ma bebree na Ghana de hye namu wonkofo amanso de wotia woni beje ene de owro ebeho
hwekura yewo yesi slow ato eye 20 inches 3 days yet me we ayekro
Enti ti abrochen komo akwaku amankwa akontaju edi bro wa Asempa 94.7 FM so
Idru me nda na se nwa no mu ama no ne yo mosua kakra yo musu ehunu yesu yatie yenyina etrasia ni aka bom
Meme da bia e bonusia e pem se ya ekosi na watwe twentwene ye ho e wo abrochi
hwe se de akohu ene de abedru fie de yehu ne hwe de ye ne de aba de nye no eni kwa se ye
ze na je se abrochi nkomo na dimu tintim pa
ye be no ma hodo a e won kofo aman so a ye betimi dia boa Ghana amna fa ne tuma pefra o man yimpuntu na habot sign passport won sensem ni nyina ye de bro e wa abrochi nkomo dwumadie yi mu ye be sa so mo akwanya no wa kire wadwen
Robert David Nicholas free Germany Kobe yeah Amsterdam concept was for abrochi fu e wo mo wa amana ne nyam wo mo atrama no dia na wo mo tipie no mo kura na so program no mo aso project mo e nwanwa
shane so say e memene da bia 6 p.m. Boganie abrochi nkomo ni
Asempa FM Obina bado Biba Obibo Biba Ode Esempanazo Obina bado Biba Obibo Obina bado Ode Esempanazo Obinie Ekosiisen nie Bonsoir au Minisempa Debrane Mama Obi
Masomo Asempa 94.7 FM Ekosiisen dwumedie no asugusu awutie no ma yenna munyina asene ma makwaba ensan famomra Ekosiisen dwumedie yi eso enche ye the discussion segment no ebehyeso yebenya Dennis Miracles Aboaje ewo studio ha ono eye the campaign spokesperson for the Baumia campaign in the last presidential primary. Sanso ena yebenya yenua Abbas Nuruddin Esquire ewo studio ha ononso eye nipa baako a wayi nanim na osese NDC for Entrabamano na omrameye the National Communications Officer, currently Oya Ashanti Regional Communications Officer for the NDC. And osanso ye penya oda eye social investment chum Abbas no do a social investment day center. Yes, SIF, good. Social Investment Fund. Eho en Abbas Nuruddin eye penya or that's a jumeko so and in for me na ebeka yen ho na yede yen komo no etumi asesha. So you don't want to miss our discussion segment for today. In a few months from now, all things being equal, these two gentlemen will be leading communications for the two main political parties. Nti Abbas Nuruddin for the NDC and Dennis Miracles Aboaje for the NPP. Enche yeni American Automobile Service in penny for if penny or down be kan yensa wo studio ha ema yeni no edin ko me hu dwumadie sonkwa omode aba something novel our mo introduce onto the Ghanaian market. Amazing stuff. In the end say wo car wash na opese e beye ema opese e beye detailing any bibia wuhia sa wo de wo car de be ba ya so ofre a ye betu ye car ba car ne be ba no insuo wum semina wum water hose de be wum bibia wum ya de be horo car na ma okrogin e bibia wo. You don't need to drive your car to our base. Amazing. Into American Automobile Service CEO ewa openya kwa ba net sen
ya nua obi
ekoyi
oh baby ekoyi madaro mo pipe
nyame ase papa the last time you ba ha no feedback net sen o ba call ye no
ekoyi
sao
penny ma menin kan fa kwanya kese so na minchia wahwefo no atifo a sebe omu etio madaro ma na last time ba ekoyi na mpenimfo bi wo mo platform so omo frɛ ya kwa shama obi ne Mercedes oni pa komene so otie me pese me bonidin na stress no moto na asɛ leakage ewum ya mo ankoto foforo the car no ba ho be repair ena me no kase ana pay kra
or driving the camera
me ka chense me ba aha also betro comments kra so atoso wo say ya be ya adwuma pa
edemano
ena ma me mfa wo ngura enioma mu kakra de di kan emsa ha me bae no omu yusu omo
and the wash a car.
Yamfa omon
that powdered soap no
and ye wo sopa ye wo wax a frame into the horo car no cry and my car no a shine and na ye dwuma ye and yes wo buy ye shop ye mum and ye ba wo na so
aba wo
ho ye wo cars is no cars cars me no see outside wo Ekosiisen ha chemicals bibia wom bibia wom set enti sa wo company and as wo your transport owner na bia o pese e ba ho a ehun hian sa wo be mo obi a drive wo dia ba because America go edru ba bia na dealers na nka dealers call for shop but e bedru ba bi no automobile service starte metimi aka say Manassas obi a wonu Manassas Virginia bia me na starting automobile service first ye call
even in America
ye call me koje drive away plates na me the bokas
now work to the about
no ebu workasa ye no e wo ye company no nti the talent drive away the talent ye de nsuo bebre
asim
na ye call e hot direct na ye kwakoye car no ne abofo because obi obetu drive obesma driver anya na driver na konya kwanhia na koye nsem bebre obi o ni license but ebraso se Ghana yetimi dia brochire bi
eba Ghana
ni ye ebeye hwe kasa yetim air condition invent no me pe Ghana ni mpanifo na Ghana ni bi a chew se ata hwem efi ai wo Ghana no akrokom enti mam mpanifo bebre anase manipa bebre yade ye wo adura bibia oba we na ye ho adwuma ye de hyemu a oblo a bibia wo mu bia
ebepia ba
afrim ne mu ada ho clear ye tutu seat wo car seat no ye ba se car na ye fi deeper esese ye tutu ni enya kwan wo mu ni shampoo ye de shampoo machine ankasa enya se brush ye wo shampoo machine ye de shampoo seat belt ya ye boy aya wo hwe a
ebi de ho ye fi poto
obeyen dem ma me wo special machine me so a ehiti ehitia efina wo no wo so no odi ye ni si ya
especially mo seat belt na ye cream na ya de no
ta sen o frame sisi a me nkase braye shop yen ye wo machines ni gukan no ye wo generators bibia wo mu a ye ba ye beba ne amba ba ye wi a metia ma o guarantee wo car no ho enti wo hwe car na ya tron licenses and insure problem bia ba obi wo horo car na onim sane ye horo car engine because senti kon sane ye horo car engine na say baby o ho a se so de bibi fa ho tepu on tepu 2 pressure wo de horo car no ano den
na akwati engine ho bibi
akwati bibi na nsuo na nyakwan na ko baby me ba ha cars no bebre yehu a yehura pressure no bo se nsuo no ewo so enyi kwan say yes a at least when you 2.5 na ota obo spray na hrokan mosgard na se no fender one na se no wata obo we spray ho nyina wo wi a we spray se wo de paint spray ho a waje ho nyina kama but ha no mo use pressure ntia bi ho a car ni paint kwan pressure na no de na popo paint no so me ba ye so mafa Ghana for kwala ni bia
na wa training wo
especially wo 18 years to 25 years bomodin me the phone number betudwa bomodin na frey o frey ya je be ma training be ye bia infant be 1 month kakra oba ye boa se aduane kakra de beto ama ye kire wo wi a ye do atoso because ye de bibi ba e be kakra no wo ha ne aba ofie ntimesuma we kwa ha me target nse me wi akra ha wi a meko kumase
nso
ne start bi okumase ye pese running 24/7 because your car 2 machines are left wo mu a ye twen ye de peja car ye oil change me ba no me the synthetic oil American oil wo de gu car ma e ma wo car ne engine nya ahoden me the regular oil e de buy ani na ye oil change ye nkase bra wo ye shop ye wo machine wo bia ye sa wo tell dale eboto si eba na adwuma ne yentumi nya ye ne ankase de beba shop but adwuma ti say brakes ye san wo tire changer machine sikam ye ba wo car na tire pai leakage wo ho ye fix ya ye tu an ye de atoka no na machine generators so hwen ne yi we are near young with money assign Eddie Ase. Now, Uncle Metro New Woman, yes, obey the person Casacra, or by me ho, they 2 weeks in it. Maybe I want your video outside. We bones on no kuta buffer machine. Scratches.
What training a Jumano? Madam Betsna
video.
Betsna how many?
You won't say a Casaka, you will video some papa so the tosso. Yes. On between the Atosun will be out. Car scratches war. The training obey. Now you acquire Namekosi says you acquire Papa Penny be car or no one in Minnesota better so you obey. And they use scratches or the machine. Adia oba bema ye no oba betimi aye bi ma ye. Me emfa hu hye mamu se e ma de omuntumi nye na ma de omuntumi ye hwe. Oba betimi aye kora me bia abro bema no so ye mo opportunity ye try wo mo. Nti ubi sa mafa mema bebre. But ono nko ani oba odem yes ono nko ani one girl am training but me training me ma obi for machine but me pese wo ye ade a Ghana for be who so banso
ebetimi
aye nti be the machine wo be ba no okuta machine wo de bofo car you obi na be ka kire
oyiyi max e wo car ne hu nyina afre
wo ho o de no ebedi nkan afefa ho ayi scratches no say ya de ye deeper or the sandpaper kakra be ye owi a no the first coat machine esiso the second coat and san owi a the black wax e de afa ho owi na se so ye touch up paint ni bi wo ha na ewom deep eno no o de adro beka na de silly dot nketenkete na machire na otumi ye person no ankasa na kosem atudwa
na your friend saying
I from Chelsea yeah
udi ankasa no no oh and what they how many months now this year adwuma or the kire adwuma
pacho 2 weeks pay
2 weeks
yeah
and as wo hu adwuma na kama
adwuma ni bibia because your masala your boss or apotre but they were obefa ntete mu no wankasa 1 week kra na ehu ye but un say a 2 weeks program
they also go through 2 weeks ni nyina na before that na oye adwuma we bi dada na
mpacho dabi
unye bida
ono kra wo bae no na wo say computer
work because anyoma your boss buy machines because me hu ye nanka Ghana car wash no e almost said me
now the gugum now call
me dey na be for machines bi o dey aba ye dey ye me kwa me hu bi da ti me hu ye pe me si boss we dey reach aba Ghana
oh that's nice then why are that's a real impact. You've done well. You've done very, very well. And I'm also amenya abutre sun adwuma no. My yard. They say one in the year adwuma.
Oh. Trying.
24-hour economy.
Yes.
America Automobile Service.
Yeah, 24/7 obi. You bet me aye my ye. Oh, how your car e dey abare na light wo so anadwo. Baby a wo yeah. Yeah, the light abobo ho baby a cameras wo so nyina baby a wo bia nam ye hu no enti se wo koye adwuma ha na wonye ne ya
wo ko divert fa baby a
yeah ye be kire wo se ye ko se kwa ha koye adwuma na ye adwuma na customer na nje camera wo ho ye hwe no phone so se onipa na ye bibi no onye ne ya ye be kire no se ya de ni se ko customer ho hia ubie company no anya adaje ama customer onye adwuma
na wo anya
adwuma bia ya adaje ma customer bubefu ona be krokro no obehu se ne ne be kasa because obi fie ewo atinse ashoman ye kwa no wo wanka ye car no ye tani to forecast because the way ye adwuma no ye etutu ye wi the plastic ebese floor no na like factory
car no floor no motutu seat no
ye wi a si entutu kra na cause car bi o henye fi be but still ye wi a ye so heat at the top form e car no heat no e dry mo ansan ye wi ya tabo ye twa plastic e de ala ne car no nyina o floor mat no say ye material na wuti aso a ye be san de plastic afa ho nyina akova ho kama se ne be ya wuyi plastic ne mu ye fia wuyi ya wa wutumi fa
duster
paper na de bia car no ye neat ye wi a ye ton refreshers ye betia mo refreshers ye san wo jumper e na no ye di ho nkomo jumper start ye woni na ye wotire ye de chenyi me wotire dwa ye timi e de ye headlight obi timi kosa me koto headlight mono men koto me no be konchia for 3 years mfie mi ensam ye headlight ma 3 years
Asempa FM
ba ya chew
Sa.
Me na me catch because me person me church mu bebre. Enro ni ade a odi be so ade
business secret.
A business secret. Me no ko nchia 3 years, a 3 years guarantee for headlight. Oye na ba obi wa na headlight nsuo ginam. Headlight ha bebre. Ebi wa na apone e wo na chi no nsuo to ha afam kom frame. Me ni kwan me fa so me yi nsuo ni nyina firim. Me ne ko nchia for 3 years. 3 years e san ba wo frame mba ba ya ma free. Ena aha no se omohoro ka anase yeye ka yemfa machine emfa ho esese wode bibi befefa ho na maka no ho ayeto enti se nsuo no to a na enna ka no ho para aka sin bebre nsuo to na ada enyi kwa se yesa ti se no nsuo to nke gu ho na pa be so ya obi ho no obon se adrepo smooth wankasa de ade fa ho a Ehwasane wankasa wo fie otumi bo nsuo keke edi gu ho eya ye de hohoro kai bucket ye de horoka uko washing bay bucket na de horoka na no one is and de horo body wrong
no akwa na de twitwi tie na ho ka
what the tie what's and the body maminche sentikro wo ye professional detailing na wo ye car detailing na ese wo nya 2 bucket ba ko ye for wash and na ba ko ye for ties because tie no da bia anwea ewom nti sa anwea wom na se o de ade akobom na de kofa body
e be scratch
nti ese wonya separate one na a free tie no ho aye de horo tie wo wi anan wo de no brush na ato nchen ansa no wafa de de horo no ene ye waye de de horo nti wo ba wi no na car no ho kama ye wo what do you call it to say wo car se kwa so na ye ba be fix wo tire ene jack etwam first panel ye de tu ni say etwam ye ba ye wo jack ye de si ho e use remote ye ma adwuma na aye easy ama na for because we be na be coffee no wa jana power be adwuma kura na ye ne yaso be adwuma e remote me de si ase a na ma press remote no remote na nkasa be page
car no
e page wi ametu me tie mi wi ho adwuma na me ya masan e de ase mi wi ma press remote no e ye exit and in na ye esi form kama enye se na me kofa jack ye wo machine a wo de sisu a when within second no to 2 time ni na ye ho adwuma breaks na wo chenyi a e ho hia se so kofa wo mafunu na wo te form wo ba wie na wo sisi eni wo mu nyina ya wo ya etwam ye na ya left car na ye de wo mafunu na egu ase me wo left wo cam o press ya left na nkasa betwe pi e pia wi a wo de aheka na se wayi wo gina ho no wasesa break be kira wa wo gina ho when what to time
no tutu
break na chi no eye machine enye se na wo kofa school driver na wuchi o sa when what the small machine be say when no what to break no why caliper what change you break what dey say within 5-10 minutes kakra wo gina enye sika bebre customer mi menya no todo no ene hiame because uma wo bo ba form na a day wutumi ye be 50 cars eskabebre ba ko yire so na nipa ba ko peba no no enye bi ma nti me amfa ye numbers ni bi
fa numbers ni tudwa but answer na numbers mo wo hin like where are you located Ghana han mo wo hin
ye wo Jowulu UGMC area ho but a mobile service
yes.
I know na ma me no manager hu me ba ofi
yes
obi o ya penny se no kwata washing bay no obi ahwe no obi o transport cars akase agu ho se no obi ba betu car okọ de akwakobo obi kam okọ no kra no okọko okwan so okọ transi ada me nkase se na adwuma but ye ba wona so okọ USA ye will be the lot wash dealer foi obi o cars bebre nti no anso ba ya was your springs you know ya horo car no lot wo within 5 minutes the company akasa kesia ye nkase fabre yard
mo amobeba ha bibia
e beba ho ya horo car no ya ye glass ya pepe mu kama ana power drivers ne beba no na car na ye ready ye check oil so oil no so atia ye the American oil aba ye wo coolant professional coolant ankasa ya be check ni na ewie de biego so ya make sure say we log not no e tight and a driver beba 4 o'clock 5 o'clock no accident be bra eba wa Ghana na eka because anapa yenye pre-trip yen check cars na hwe
otu ya no so
e bia na log not no so mu ayemre but ye check ma wa obeba no na bibia e kama your phone number ye dey where your office line ye 0503 677775 me sense su biem 0503 677775 opesa wo frɛ me ankasa personal na me di nkomo na wo bibi na pesa wo dwa adwo free mo bia wa office obetimi aya na me nkyerɛ onyo ma bia ni so afrɛ me ankasa 0599 777 601 American mobile service ya di abrochire
abagana me ba to si number be am for call for numbers ne panti si numbers ne so bi
number no office line a wo phrases ya wo bi befa sisi ya 0503 677775 mi sisu bi 0503 677775 and your mobile line and I do 1 o'clock crown of free o ka wo kwan so
mobeba
and no 0599 777 601
no
yeah they are brochire
but maji ready maji ready too much
we are too much
we are brutal no maji ready nti gaji some nka just say ye chenene spend na man phone hu anime
business just wo ba say na
so cover wo kaka
you know the business wo ba na echeche wa no na ya no ne here I mean so bi waka wa ha me ba me the boys be 6 and by obi waka sisi a ye wo bibia wa because you are ready betia you ipa ba konka na asempa
fo ahwe
ama mo hu se nya enum dwa ene ye dwa
no me nye sure na se asempa kwa ntimi ma ha me dwa wa mu amanfo etie ne
na ye nya bibi nkyere mo na hu se afa Ghana fo nkwala nso training won eboa wo mo ne ye nyina no yetimi nya bibi aye because street boys and girls Nabunu na mabonten 18 years we SSS but modern na won so frey ye training ye wi a ye be ma bibi kakra bosome e de obenya bibi ya ka 2 weeks
omutu o muka 2 weeks
ye yente sa brochiri type se nipa no hu sika animu a kakra bi kwa na ma no hu sika animu de bi mo ba adwuma kaso dodo o mo ye ye be sa mo commission e de aka ho enye bebre kura na ye twa wakano so wo ye card do a wo commissioner ebe ma wo do ho odin say aha de me kokko ye adwuma na bia menye skate menyere me honye ya commissioner
na we so technology nti o munya ho odin adwuma bebre
obi say obey ya
no we too much we say Obi good afternoon please my backlight on my V8 has water in the light can he help
yes.
In the part of friend number no engineer Abdullah Mahama or a road and building consultant engineer you heard him obetimi aye ediama kama we say Obi good day please I need the man's contact I need their services pa Roland Jan Kwafu Jr. of Fanco Hills in the omunyina be friend me presence na obekono science numbers ne so bio ansana wako
me pacho where your office line office is here will be a hobefa 0503 677775 mensa momubiem 0503 677775 mobile number 0599 777 601 and I do time be a free piano or car so you will told Dali ye ba near Sasia me and you can have a shop near young Wajuma to me according
that's fine that's it yes sure that's Yamin Shaw why Yamin Shaw now on your kesna on Sewashimo madam Yamin Shaw why Munko Juma den why ye one now on build something good for Ghana why yeah that's papa Ekosiisen Suni higher Sempa 94.7 FM and Dennis Miracles Abuajeni Abbas Nuruddin Ebet Naseba you know mothers give us everything, be it love, strength, and life itself. And this is the moment for us to also give back to our moms again. Joy FM at the Mommy's Day Out. Mommy's Day Out. It's on Saturday, the 9th of May. And it will be a refreshing escape filled with fun, relaxation, and adventure. From peaceful paddle boating to the thrill of horseback riding and quad biking, every moment is designed to make her feel special. And enjoy an exciting safari experience, take part in fun games and competitions, win amazing prizes, and come face to face with the legendary Ojafokwa crocodile. Ojafokwa crocodile, known as the revered protector. Indulge in a rich spread of local dishes and refreshing drinks, all while enjoying live music from the vibrant Adwenkoro Band. This is more than a gateway, it's a celebration of motherhood. Join us at the Crown Forest. Now Crown Forest, you say Udru Asa Bruchre. Into what the A+ constituency, beautiful place. Crown Forest. Udru Awabitum say yes. Into Fauma Meko and be part of this Mommy's Day Out. Joy FM a day Abba. Single A 800 Ghana cedis, double A 1,500 Ghana cedis. 9th of May 2026. And you do amount for Echo. Secure a sport via Momo. Into Tro number which was here 0593 038832. 0593 038832. And for inquiries and calls or WhatsApp, number near 0591 709 309. 0591 709 309. Mommy's Day Out, give her the day she truly deserves. The Joy FM Mommy's Day Out trip is brought to you by Crown Forest, where nature meets luxury. You have to be part of this amazing experience. Menu Mommy in film, let her feel special on the 9th day of May 2026. Your mom should not be left out. Manin feel it. Electroland Ghana so said World Cup enche na aba. Now, as part of the World Cup, no more a special World Cup promotion. Into a World Cup promo. Electroland Ghana Limited. Anyway, Achadia Kese promotion. Electroland Ghana Limited. Weekly and monthly big reward. Sawoto Samsung, TCL, Media, NASCO Electronics, anywhere in Ghana. From any of our authorized dealers or resellers, you can be part of this amazing monthly and weekly rewards. Just buy your LED smart TVs, your split air conditioners, your double door fridges, your auto grill gas cookers, your washing machines, sound towers, microwaves, blenders, mobile phones, and more from Samsung, TCL, Media, and NASCO. Autoria, what you do is you dial *928 *8888 hash. *928 *8888 hash, or go to register.electrolandraffles.com to enter our weekly and monthly draws. Approved by the NLA on the Caritas platform. Electroland Ghana Limited, rewarding your patronage the big way. T's and C's apply. In the message also be taking advantage. So what should any man say obeto electronic appliances CB nebia original answer normal prices in the Wuntimia promotion way. Electroland and so there's munya ya announcement say omo ye promotion aja in Canada. Me say ubetima ko TV also otono 75,000 cedis. It me tebaba 40,000. It's amazing. I tell you no lie. Honorable Kojodu Asare, I tell you no lie. In Tibomode so be taking advantage in this one. And I don't know your preferred color of tank. In say ebasa with the tank a sifi tank I wouldn't see obegum or preferred color be a mami hu. So or guarantees being so special guarantees be a wopa mami hu. And I say inner layer be a wa wo pay be a wono ompe single, open double, triple, quadruple, as many inner layers as possible. Open, let me know. Syntax tank, ebi. Syntax tank, omono, they've achieved many first. The edikan in kanena se obeto water tank bi a obehwem na mu yetum. Ase fin kwa hu. Ena syntax by no mo se dabi. They have to do something. The omo de inner white layer by omo tanks no mo ye emu ne white inti ase fin a obehu na watimi ahwie nsuo no na watwitwim na bibia aye kama. Syntax pe ena de we abrayin. Ena apart from no it's very easy to, in fact, say omo 400 agent e wo Ghana and 2% tax tanker baby wo bia wo the free number me dey beto ye ombe brew tank ni bi size bia wo pe color bia wo pe ombe ye e dey aprel syntax tank omo ye brutal. Free number na 0244 335 168 0244 335 168. Oko online syntexgh.com with my shop or shopping online. Syntax tank air strong air tough. Let me say a big good afternoon to the MD of Data Bank MD Kojo Adey Mensa, who is doing the listening. Good afternoon to you. Ubusase Honorable Kojo Duasare ewo yes. Yetene nka radio so ache. Nyame adom he is recovering inti and hodo do na kakra ba nyame adom he say he is doing very very well. Enche he will join us here on Ekosiisen. And Honorable baby I will be a yetia sonko yesre nyame se ne matam pemu ne nyan yare sade a onfa ne nsa enkan na ohunto fully na sign so ebra beka yen ho. And in this period of doomsor power outages any adeno, what it means is nipa bebre na enya reliable power supply dabi. And before this kwana nipa bebre na so esu say electricity bills na e was strododo. Ba e bia wonyi when na me pese me twe wadwen si bibi so say ewia bo wo Ghana ha pa ewia e bo wo Ghana ha papa. You know, and you may have to consider solar power, and no a guarantee wo nioma mienu cheaper bills and a reliable power supply. Afebo kanya no enum da. Because we abo one yenya be fix yen solar panel se be ma na fix yen solar inverter ni be ma wa aja we o inti nioma na wo fie ho na etwe power dodo no na wa yi de agu solar ne so na wa jai bulbs na ade no de ama yi si de wo bills no ebe eketwa bi ba still a wo benya power wo hia na solar company wa Ghana fo nyina age wona to mo adwuma ho te omu yusu quality materials na de yo wona adwuma eye Translight solar. In the Translight, so I guarantee you 70% reduction on your electricity bills. And now, so person mobile fix you solar panels be mount. You don't have to break the bank to get that done. In fact, unya so be to second upfront. Unya be 50% at the tour say on be yama o kama na ya spread the akanama in kakan kakra na wetimi etia. It's amazing. It's amazing, I tell you no lie. Translight solar and omwa a use one system ni di ho dance so modwuma ho te in the message we dey more sisi akwado omo ye special promotion and the best time to get it is now because a bo no eswate ne bo na ye full. Get in touch with us today for the best deals available for 0256 04 0838 0256 04 0838. Now you have free consultation and as I call translightsolar.com. Information open in our office Atasomanso ewo Kumasi. Accra House de ben AH Hotel and East Legon. Translight Solar say wherever there is sunlight there is Translight. please take advantage na omunhwe intimi emwao. So ope quality homewares I free Italy and make homewares I mean what's the dine we every time I say o fixes no into water heater, water taps, kitchen sinks, WC, washroom sinks, and your money na Ariston, one of the best brands in the world, a Italian brand, Ariston water heater. Any water taps on kitchen sinks, WC, unya Ariston, the correct one pa, min Canada da. Company akofabe from Imaros Home Decor, Imaros Home Decor, omakofasa Ariston Niomei Aba. Na omo yes sales 40% discount ya de ema. Uko in showrooms no ye will be one cry any bi okumase in cry diana eben Kantanka automobile showroom na wa chemota no ena Kumasi nso ye ben Patasi Police Depot e wo Ejenasi Road ye free nationwide delivery unya tonyo mani bebe bia wo Ghana he bia ya de bebrel in the say water heater na open water taps kitchen sinks WC otwa ye free delivery at the brel ye number ni 0559 650 682 0559 650 682 na unso wetime nya no mani bi ato into muncha nso emaye me wo good news me no bi e wasa me ne mo che na fe lawyer Abbas Nordin atena se mama na kwaba ye dane ye ho ba na ye de nkomo na nkasa ahyehye so good news a edikan enie aya wasa me hwe na me di tuja na Ghana ni bia ete Feriza Potake or a customs officer into a juma ewa SEPS. Na NA for her outstanding service no she's been appointed the sector commander ewo a sector commander ewa tema port no or ye juma into wenya promotion kese pa Feriza Potake unim na freno na congratulate no. As sector commander at Temaport, she consistently met and exceeded customs financial targets. That was clear proof of her hard work and dedication. It doesn't come as a surprise. Say under the presidency of John Dramani Mahama, Yapawan as Commissioner General in charge of operations, a Deputy Commissioner General role, Customs. Feriza Potake or brutal. In the message, we commend her for her excellence and kindness. May God bless her and guide her in this new role, and may God bless our nation, Ghana. And to way good news, a free steps as well. But Feriza Potake has been appointed Commissioner General in charge of operations, which is a Deputy Commissioner General role within Customs. And we wish her very, very, very well. And there was this story so in the graphic Enra. A caller, the CEO of Forestry Commission, Aye, which I think is a very, 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 very legitimate call. Osha Ose grant forestry paramilitary powers to protect our forest bodies and to secure the staff, because NA ubeti but NA nipa boni for AG and forest reserves bosono ammunition se kura womono na wo hwe ye forest guard ya beko ndia no mu kura credit na agro bi eno modi ndo be hwa na yakuma mo saa into osha story now or say the CEO of the Forestry Commission, Dr. Hugh Brown, has reiterated the need for the commission to be given paramilitary status to help protect the country's forest resources and guarantee the security of its field staff. He stressed that when the commission was made a paramilitary entity and allowed to use advanced weapons, in protecting our forest reserves. Because under the current circumstances, and sure no more staff ni be wusa, which is not proper. And I think it's a call in the right direction, and we hope that the sector minister will carry this through for cabinet approval na yenya sa status na emfama the Forest Commission. It will help really, really well. My third story, which is also a very good story. A free gold board asweye ena aba. I remember said the last time lawyer Sami Jemfi Edin Komowaha, he gave a hint, say enche there will be some good news coming through from the gold board. And the graphic online report said gold board records 5.4 billion Ghana cedis surplus for just 1 year, 2025. In fact, when you read the story, it tells you, sir, despite growing their revenue exponentially, in fact, 2024, then PMMC revenues are now 307 million Ghana cedis. Now, in 2025, revenue now grow to 970 million Ghana cedis. However, despite this growth, expenditure is declining from 129 million in 2024 to 109 million in 2025. And when you see company bear books, now revenue will grow, expenditure but for more. It tells of prudent management, and it's something good we have to commend and encourage them to even do more. In fact, this achievement was within a certain context. Then they say there was a substantial expansion of the workforce, and okay graphic online story now. It's a casanoma when I say even the workforce a gold board here way above the workforce now in 2024. And for specifics, I say it is instructive to note that while the defunct PMMC in 2024 maintained a total workforce of about 110 in 2024, the gold board had a total workforce of 450 in the year 2025. And with this growth in workforce now to make people expenditure in check, said your moya, and that's some really good news. I was here commended the management of gold board, for a job well done. We are waiting for the entire audited financials. Now we see, but these are really good takeout, from the work of gold board in the year 2025. It is something to be happy about, and we hope, sir, long may this trend continue even into the future. Kudos to Sami Jemfi and his management at Gold Board for a job well done in the year. In also artwork that screen is now what the Gold Board published, gleaning from one audited accountant, Etumi Ababa Betuja. Lawyer Abbas Nuruddin Akwaba na eteseng
Obi Major so Nyamiadom
Bibi Ekoye.
Oh, ade ache de beka se nyamia ya de. Ya sorry yente kutame, yente jame. Yetimi akwa adwuma. Na ya say akwa adwuma wi abedru hadia. Na chese. Nyamia ya de ntino abasobɔ no a wode ma yewura Sami Jemfi na ye nyina de ano betum.
Yes.
Onse mpempi no. Ya na ye ni ayeyi ye nimu a. Ya amanyo sem den no. Maybe drew not the brave bed down now because we do too politically exposed. We do you too keka bia sabi akambia ni ne honum ni ade. But na yewura Sami Jemfi a defeat is a theory no say and someone me did say this Sami Jemfi ko initially crano there were some people who said he was not suitable. Sure. He was too politically exposed. He was too politically tainted for such a strategic role.
Yeah.
But look at what Sami Jemfi has done with Gold Board. And I am Mabuno so wasati and him.
Sure.
Because some pimpin if he said Mabuno ne de yani sheda na form sa. But when you say Sami de oyame yonkum, we say you see and Yama with Gold Board. Sami Jemfi's leadership at Gold Board, his stellar performance at Gold Board would be appreciated more when he's not at Gold Board.
Yeah.
When Sami Jemfi is not at Gold Board, that is when they will appreciate him more. Because a Juma Juma ne does go trade in your one bit of it, monitoring any idea of making sure say, hey, na ya some get obi. Yeah, they are buying sick a pudu amount. na wo wache chama amanfo wo ngura mo so mo fa nkoto gold ra ekwan ya gold ne be fa so abakra na obi it takes a great deal of strategy so obi betumi agiska no odi adwane so obi betumi agiska no na wakoto gold no na odi akosie na ose akwamu kafo abeka ne wakwan maje wo kokasa but he's been able to do this job quite well amane oma record surplus this is an audited account.
Yeah, audited, sure.
Not just say if you be anya day anyhow. Sure. Enti ya bona baso yesire nyame nkwa. Ene na ho oden so e de man say dwumadie no awodie no wonhwe ne so ma ne ho masem. Na dwumadie no entimi enkoso na enti mabuna nim na enti Ghana fo anim. Na enti yen so ye politically exposed anim say nye say be ye sorry I bet me aye na aye dey aye.
It's true. I mean the details no even makes interesting reading. Despite Gold Board's revenue growing exponentially from 307.7 million in 2024 to 970.8 million in 2025, medical expenditure declined from 129.7 million in 2024 to 109.4 million.
A difference of about 20 million.
Yeah.
In spite of the fact that workforce no cry.
It's an increase.
It talks of prudence. It talks of prudence and
real prudence.
A bit of discipline. So,
but I was looking for this one where the actual surplus figure, no, because the surplus no is quite big. I mean, when you even add the profit at Gold Board jewelry, so the graphic online story is a very, very good story. They speak about the profit Gold Board jewelry also made into what they can. Then you see the global picture. It's a really, really good story.
Obi, it becomes even more significant when you begin to look at economic figures, no, with the mandate of Gold Board. So Gold Board is not a profit-making institution.
Sure.
Because it's supposed to perform certain strategic economic play a certain strategic economic role, two economic role: reserve accumulation, forex acquisition. Independent of the performance of those roles. In just 1 year, Gold Board was able to bring in $11 billion. Where you see under normal circumstances, come for a smuggle ediaku. But na yetimi aboa ano ye boa no e ba Bank of Ghana hono ama the Bank of Ghana $1 e de amortize aban debt $1 e de service ye debt year otimi nya bi o say timi nya sa dollars no e bi auction e de ma commercial banks no enti nei first no a e bia December obakwa akofa niam pre dollar na ma pressure about forex market na dollar na ekosro no never de baby abegina ade ne chance ye ba ye chance na man for say ade we there is a 9-day wonder in the 3 months cra, but we've been able to sustain it for almost 16-17 months. And Gold Board is a major player. First no near can dollar some NDC ni MPP near can the na breso dollar a decrease less. So will be the mabreso no dollar no e wo mu say a tick there and as a CD no a depreciated there by a depreciated by 15%. We see we depreciated by 10% for the first time in the history of Ghana. And ne you rasa major fiju media we dealing at that romantino and ne dollar free 16-17 cedis and then the west black market cry 13 cedis. Black market crown here 13 cedis. So near China say, and now aboso can woo kukumpe or pay $10,000 at the akofa and Niema Korea bar. First, no, na black market, here 1.7 billion now 170,000 and ne here 130,000. Just through the prudent management of the economy, no, Abaya Sevu, Yura Samijam Fini Yura Mahama. You are to force no must save for 40,000 or so you didn't get tra with me the abonne jet tray or yere I was store namun ayuhia with me the coffin yama de abegum. So the reserve the forest accumulation a 1 bit and a reserve accumulation so
another My meaning komo we mra me pacho Abbas Nuruddin Esquire. My inquiry man, so there are media reports say former CEO of Gehok, former mayor of Kumasi, Maxwell Kofi Juma has been arrested, as it were, by Iyoko. Ne lawyer Nana Benyin Akon. Me Nana Benyin in common. Nana Benyin Otemenka Ekosiisen Suni Akwaba. Na wapomu ye there. Okay. Confirm my o client ewo Iyoko custody CCR.
And okay, I'm just it's all over. And she, like I say, Iyoko phone and that.
And no, since when? And they are not saying no more picking.
Okay, and Mr. Kofi Juma himself wrote to Iyoko and concerning matters arising from the recent raid by Iyoko in his residence at Kumasi. Now, following that raid, he had never heard anything from Iyoko. Iyoko until Iyoko came and he said, this is what has happened to him. And it appears that I'm not hearing anything. You are not inviting me for investigation and whatever. So he wrote to them to meet them. So he went there yesterday, finally. And in the interrogation, he brought other matters instead, which he had not even contemplated. And based on that, they said that they were investigating him for causing financial loss, something around that. So the matters have just started.
Oh, okay. And based on what they are investigating him for, no, he was placed under arrest. And bail.
Okay, so he was placed under arrest very late in the evening yesterday. And we thought that he was going to be granted arrest, bail, knowing the kind of person he is. And this is not a person who is going to make things difficult for Iyoko. But to our dismay, they decided to detain him. And he has since not been granted bail to now.
Omo decided to be detained and I say Omo man a bail conditioner went to me meet, for which reason he had to be kept in custody. Which is which, me pacho?
Okay, I think this should be clear. They have not granted him bail. So there is no bail condition to be considered. So we are waiting that they will consider him for bail. And then to be granted bail accordingly.
And as I said, Oma manu bail condition be and they detained him.
Exactly the case.
Wow. And as we speak, there is no talk of a bail condition, even CCI can say.
We are very hopeful that given the matters at play and then the kind of person involved, the first thing we would have considered this morning was bail. But they have still not been forthcoming. And we are waiting for them to hear them on bail conditions. So we are still waiting. We are engaging them. Exactly.
Okay. Okay. And now some also investigating on possible causing financial loss to the state.
Exactly. They mentioned matters relating to Aboso glass factory.
Aboso glass factory.
Exactly. We are yet to find out the nature of the questions they have for him.
Now, Aboso glass factory or client here, you may be a order.
At this stage, I won't say much. But what I will say is that through SIGA, Aboso glass factory, for a very long time, it has been very defined, was given to Gehok.
Okay.
To manage. And it was not that it was something active. It was dead, but it has been dead for a very long time. But they are saying that we are taking some decisions about it that they want to investigate. But that's why he said.
Wow. Very well. Inti would wait and see how Nioma Beko and Yumre Bibiania Ochna Yebesan Shedi Nkomobio. Why? Yansuya Dasepa Nyaminshaw. And the lawyer Nana Benyana Kon or a counsel for Maxwell Kofi Juma and Moten and Kase Oni AD and community. You are updated at least on what's happening with the former mayor of Kumasi and former CEO of Gihok. Asem in studio Abbas Nuruddin Esquire and Dennis Miracle Sabuaje Abekansa Ewaha on the this would be final on the gold boss to enough in Madani Mehwaba. And there's the story of say despite the over 290% increase in staff strength, the board was able to keep expenditure relatively lower than the previous year. A development analyst say reflects strong institutional discipline and efficient public sector management. Officials attribute the outcome to tighter expenditure controls, strategic resource allocation, and a deliberate focus on operational efficiency. This enabled the gold board to record an operational surplus of 909.7 million Ghana cedis from its core non-tax activities, excluding the 4.55 billion Ghana cedis government subvention provided as revolving trade capital for gold purchases, which was preserved by the organization. From the audited financial report, Gold Board's ability to increase revenue, reduce cost, and deliver a strong operational surplus within its first year is emerging as one of the clearest indicators that the institution's reform agenda is translating into measurable financial results. All throughout the year 2025, some really very good story to report from Gold Board. Abbas Tremi, mamintie we mrame ba na afeya toa yenkomo no eso. Ekosiisen na haya Asempa FM. Yenti we mrame ba ye sha ase di nkomo. Stay with us.
Ebono electrical appliances baby baako pe na obinya de papa na ne buof Franco smart TVs every 32 Ekosiisen 100 inches air conditioners, washing machines, blenders, microwaves, kettle, cooking stoves, yes also with CCTV cameras, any crystal clear, never phones, any accessories abi you know that Franco number 1 Bura Franco shop be benwo nekwajo electrical appliances yatete small fresh 0246-422-338 and 0555-939311 and www.francotrading.com or with me app store any play store no download Franco app. Franco still phone papa if so the bathroom accessories in the quality never channel in my rose and in my rose home decor bathroom accessories here WC water taps, kitchen sinks, faucets, wash and basins, infinity basins, arresting water heaters, BB what's it and every other finish here in my rose home decor and I'll be now I'm usually now with the feet in the elbow what are there up to 40% discount and you can tell us in my rose home decor and woman can take out to my showroom in the Sasso. Watch him what I say so. Ube war Patasi Principal. And you see who from 055-965-0682 055-965-0682 Emma Rose Home Decor and Josie Kamu Company.
When I wake up in the morning, I brush my teeth.
Oh, Fabia, now what you say? And who did you know?
Mom, Patros, I took paste not that the buyer no. So me just me see, I know me no she me, no me go so no me.
Wait, no excuse. Abo Friday. Oh, sorry, I no pa. I will say what you say. I son, where did you? Now, no, so again, sorry. What you say?
Yes, Mom. Medical kids toothpaste now. On the buy and run. And they treat me still.
Why are there? Cal kids toothpaste there. Yeah, mama, fat someone when he infame you know. Opimum fancy.
Man, the dentist is a strawberry. Now you me dimple.
There be any. Hey, your toothpaste. Enye tofe why? Yes, say the Kel Kids toothpaste. Be ma mofra we di enfiem you kopi me enfiem sia de twetwere wo mo se. Every say eboa ese a emu abotokro ana ahye epamom wawa hase na mana ho den mapa. Me bomodin say me di Kel Kids toothpaste be ma me twetwere wo mo se. Abribia Kel Kids toothpaste. E ma mofra si twetwere ye ni jese.
Kel, happy smile.
Achedie kese o. Electroland Ghana Limited here. Ye mamo achedie kese for our loyal customers o. Because your loyalty deserves more. Ye mamo achedie kese pa. Big rewards for you and me from Accra to Tamale all over Ghana. Electroland here #1. Just buy your favorite Samsung, TCL, Media and Nasco Electronics from any Electroland showroom or authorized reseller store nationwide. Dial *98*8888# or go to register.electrolandraffles.com and enter our weekly and monthly draws and stand a chance to win big. From TVs, ACs, fridges, gas cookers, washing machines, sound towers, mobile phones, and more rewards just for you. Approved by MLA Characters Platform. Electroland Ghana Limited. Rewarding your loyalty the big way. Terms and conditions apply.
If you want quality, this is where you belong. Hands up, get strong. Oh, gonna shout and sing the song. When the sun they hot, syntax no break when the rain they fall. Still no shake. Builders they choose and plumbers they prove how many projects you they start.
Inti sa wo to makala e woduane a na wato African Queen Mackerel na we chewe mu keke lampakwa.
Max by this Dedabo. Yes, Max by C Beto Bibia Fala. Enjoy up to 50% discount on all items this Friday. All roads lead to Max by shops. Come get your mobile phones, ACs, TVs, washing machine, swallow maker, and more. Up to half the price. For further enquiries, call us on 054-401-9552. It's Max Buy Day and Bibia Yefala.
Hello, Nadine Wakadri. I was out Sama for what you deserve.
My hi, if I'm Pamela, Mr. Mami mobile app details na your fan count to me bio.
And I'm a croffer was to say me friendly.
Hello, customer experience. You're blocking my account, Mr. Mami pin number na me unblocking.
They are hoping to me video.
Mr. Click the link what text message I send you one of the Sierra. Na ya upgrade one ko ya ATM services for front so.
Na wana me ne di one ho pa ne wana wa click ne ansa na omo dwene ho.
Count no crack, like clay. Won't grow between me to sales and video. Bon who buy. I say Ecobank in free and I send you email and I messaging me so pin OTP, bank card and I Ghana card was semda. Now we now Ecobank, the Pan-African Bank.
Afi, ye kono, my mother, my mentor, metre, me mame, me trefu, ye nigo se, ye sha wo fonko eni monyamo, nemu, ye sha ema, omatiti yen, na waye ye niya ye eneno eni monyamo, enfutu ode mawo, etu waje juma wo ye, adia bakwa, wakaya, edi wechi afebo, seseya, ye pese ye tisa ensemono, send 1 minute voice note and our video Efabra WhatsApp number 0531029795 Kabribia Umami ana obansun kupia owo bra bomu eyeye ana kaya esakra wo bra na hwe wo betumi edi nkunim na wonya ye na chede sonko amman enna paye my mother my mentor metre me mami me churchfo Adum TV enna paye 2026 nimekuwa asoya sini Tasty Tom Seasoning Powder, Tasty Flavor, Afa, Franco Trading Enterprise, Still, Phone Papa Power Fee, Las Palmas Food Center, Ediane Papa Fee, Adum TV, Yawazo.
Asempa FM. Obi nebado, biba, obibo, biba, ode Asempa nabo. Obi nebado, biba, obibo, obi nebado, ode Asempa Ekosiisen nie bosua wo minisempa de brane mama obi som
94.7 Asempa FM so ne Ekosiisen dwumadie no aseguso a utie no ma yana munyina ase ne yensan mama kwaba emfa momra Ekosiisen dwumadie yi. So check with your time. We've done 26 minutes after 5. Make us say Dennis Miracles Abuaje enso atenase. Miracles akwaba etesen.
So me adu mo show.
Bibi ekoyi.
Oh. Say divine selection. I think we move but on mine there. In fact, growing down to change. Money, the mini searching the beer on say, dear my a bit chaotic, a bit chaotic, you know, teacher for by a fan of Marco, teacher for Omobre, cost of living, no, a cost of
Casanova from
cost of living, a cost of teacher for bread, nest for bread, teacher for nest for the cry or categories, me, no, so almost a different. Omo make your mom wo teaching adwuma ne nurse adwuma nim no ye wo mom tifie omo pay adwuma na ye omunya omo de need so koto abase ye before mom tens of thousands omo na da so tifie na ye wo mom so a ye form omo ye adwuma 15 months into omo ka last week omo ye demonstration bi omo krekra placards into omo ye another category cocoa farmers obi since October 2025 cocoa farmers wo kroma into omo ka yo 11 billion no see sometimes you contextualize issue there's a kata do so
okay
you see there are two issues with the cocoa farmers and we know a very important matter. Cocoa farmers no season start here no mo kote cocoa omo dey be cocoa crutch for no and the license buying companies
yes
unnecessary license buying companies to omo ka omo ntua
and na yema omo chet no
yes e can na be do 11 billion
Ghana cedis.
Yes, as we speak, about to Moses cry. About a little over 4.something billion. Into a buying the omoka more than the which year. So what is and I sense what cocoa na omote ya and on omo de koye no. Cratch for na nje.
Tell you woman tell you
them bebre na epro because kotoko na ehye mu no heat ni ade nti bebre na enwa. Ti no so it's a very, very critical matter, and I'm surprised. Say, I
say finance ministry be announcing say omo release $150 million. Now LB says they are more pay up there. Omo man ko for chit wo no ma kwa toy no. And also say omo toy.
E can 11 billion.
And 150 million no.
Yes.
Okay.
11 billion cedis. Cocoa board no. E se come release e barely 5 billion. So I just it is how can that's all. That's all. Obi, I don't know, you can't talk your way around it. These are not figures, so these are people's realities. And at the only transfer, and so on. In fact, last week, me call Osino. What some of the cocoa farmers have decided and said, they would be answer crisis. I want to lean season, a womb season, take on better lean season, almost a month. Because Otia only baby crop at Tonga. Only as I buying, and the problem I have with buying, especially the cocoa sector, no, is that cocoa for no say a rural, be na a rural. See, almost seven, almost car obedience. Okay, this issue I hear coffee buyer, people saw room coffee buyer by issue. It started October 2025. Cocoa for they didn't celebrate Christmas in this country. Almost the Christmas, but time in the year coffee buyer January after they had gone through Christmas without any funding. Easter almost. And a half year, and then lean season also, and that's what happened. Obi, how do you tell such people? What do you serve with them? Pan or catch them? Yes, Rabbi, we know. Memfa Ebia, Obi Webufu na Emma, Omo if you go to the cocoa growing areas, economy, local economy, egu. What's a cocoa for? Most of them only live on credit. Or Jimmy Sikana, Wako Chuchanekina. no I say
no be miracles or the topic by ana
man we now person react am ma why
but maybe me topic e send me say na good nkan ba me ba
na kan ho obi kan ho ase
me ba na nkan ho na say dey say me ba say ko kai say ma dey to aso o kan say I na be mu for mu nia wo say grasa na we am ke say no kre nti me ke wi asa na wo bibi kan no aka for example me ke wi hu hia say wo be so so wo fi say ehia wa obi ana mbo wo fi say ehia wa me so so I just say but me ma ko si no aba wo won kan why just won ko si no me ma ko si no aba na me ka de ehia o si no for obi su bi sa me say o man ni mu te sen na me ka de wo man ni me nim de ti a I say how so I just say obi nti me sraban kokofo ne tie o ma sam na chedodo a che fi October last year bepem ne a chedodo o mo hwe no mu ndi hu djuma mo by now na kam expect say by now ka be BAC because leases here baby we enti bia the main crop season so ba obi is a problem. It's a big and cocoa is our mainstay. She good we Kenya still ana cocoa di nanimu because and the cocoa ni padodo na participate. Oh, the Makoko near Sronkone say you have a lot more participating in it than even the good. So I just say the economic and social impact on your country near more. Maybe a gold sikano so. But Nipadudu are participating in the gold sector and also society sending a kuku DNA over 800,000 direct participants. Odiomo dependent tre bekanwa. Okay, almost about over 2.something million people are benefit directly. Before you even come and calculate the local economic effect, I was so it's a major matter. It's when I hear the year man yourself, Obekaya, anything I coffee kuku and buy. What's a man find politics? Ayatama see you run the status or keka politics near the best frame kaka. But me hear me because me cocoa farm. I will double in front. So I just say minimum effect na most of the cocoa farms will be almost chucha at the year I'm say. Baby na start chucha at the year I'm say. Inti yes rabai we know abas the ever yan say won say won na ba mu gina fako. So I just
on for feedback
we here fe na obe so wo the g na for feedback near the what and you the bia na inti bia na obe defend.
That's a be any extreme. So extreme no just would defend.
A football ben say this obotum. A football ben pa na say this obotum. A football ben. The
farmers ni here ani omusi.
The utume for yakola pa e ya hwe nso ye fa this obotum. So I just say anyone here nti Mr. Abbas obi o nchemu ba Mr. no. O cheche mu bia omomo dey answer cheche mu bia.
The feedback na beko.
Na ba because check obi October. Even time aban call emergency cabinet ba ye kra o kai say ye nim say nka 11 billion mpo dey nka le so be clear ni nyina efi ho. So I just said nka ye ho to nti obi o man no dey sane mu nsem tie dum so dey npo dey say afi dey be kan.
Afi dey be kan. That's fine.
Obi yes. Obi on say Rohede MPP Nanado ne Dr. Baumia. Ema ewiwi o man pa sam wakone adunu a. Nyame ena edi Ewrajo Mahama ne NDC anim. Ama omawawa o man no eyi free amna donku a Dr. Baumia ne Nanado edi atumude ye nne omode aba enkonkon so. Na sene obi wonim no aboa wo so no sene ositie no oya aboa osai ade nti ofa ba bia ade ojani wachi eyo seye na wo hes osai a Nanado ne Dr. Baumia se o man no a o ma nya cocoa board minim se nsem ne de ye cocoa fo na nkasa anim sem cocoa board a MPP ko mu jaye kankwa 32 billion road projects nkwa 27 billion road projects in Kwao. Now out of that 27 billion, no, emu 21 billion a 3 years, 2029, 2019, 2020, 2021. Abai we beto sa kano se na ye dey edaho. Ye haircut. On se near one cocoa bills. And also honka ebe 5 billion na ye dey na edaho. Edi Ewra Mahama de oba ye no na cocoa sector no kra de na gumpo dada. Ena the chance anko ye na bo no ayeto na owiase adwaman so no ye dey e ba fom na me de ya me dene se ene kokoko kuani a wotie yan no onim sa hohiehia na akom no Ewra Mahama de ni tiranye ye na obeto so na oba ye nso no onfa na num nyina ensuo nyina na num nkasa kire akuafo da or born a home modern say or how no our better no better day obetu ase na on the MPP for sebe o ma yo mo ho ahuhuro ni awo o ma yo mo ho te se akura bi a ye frɛ no yi kweso o kawa o kaw no no se huhu o huhu no no se kaw enti won te wo behu no awe on sanyina sa na miracles aboaje no maye ene wo no o kasa man kashi o kasa na abotre o kasa 30 minutes abebu ko a what we say obi miracles no a on the miracles obi I say church Caribbean say afre ho
miracle manen ka
say Caribbean say afre ho adabokro
minimum
ya wa abrantie bi betena krutia ho ade san no de kaka moto bi ahye ni to ya atete nkrona obi unu atete nkrona uni nipa nkrona nie
osophagus no
aha ne afre no nkrona enti obi otwetwe tire no ya afre na atete nkrona wakotena krutia na nkwala atwam a na wono ache omo ayedai atwa omuti ade ache na nkwala ne maame nso se esu hwehwe de wokon omo ba na sa nipa kro no anso sa ebi na miracles ye yo ebi na miracles ye kokofo hawa o makomu miracles wudi mu ntintima woni Dr. Baumia ne nanado enne mo masa da ne mo ho kotoku samobe ena mo kwa na mo sa ni koko akuafo esu enne kra de asa aba ne se mo branch executives no mo hye o mo kosesa koko ni free Cote d'Ivoire ye dey eba until least season no a na yesi ebeto 70,000 no enne ya 200,000 ensada sa miracles no ena Sabi,
has it been established or more branch executive?
Yes, back your branch executive.
Established.
Yes, fully established.
By the police?
Yes, fully established. No. Omo sa koko outreach ne kra no kasa e one of the location.
MPP
for no
will see him to prove.
Yes. MPP
because he's actually live on the ground.
MPP for enna momo Cote d'Ivoire obi a mo say Ghana ye bo ne nye no ko sisa koko Cote d'Ivoire MPP for no mo ye asantima mu a ye be from mo so mo ye Kwame Tua
ono ye hwan
abrantie bi no ye jasehene wo Kumase no na ebra kwashi kokko ba ye obefa asante no mum wo fa asaje my prempede ne koye no ono na ne kwasi kokko atokesa ode asante secret nyina ono kra na ko kire baby aya asante adwane ko hye wo sere so me ye ko kire no enti na MPP fo na de omo ye ne se wo mo pe akonwa no a oma ntimi an tena so ya yetu omo no omo hwe kwa bia so se yewura mahama omo begu nanim ase enti na ye ni MPP no mo wo branch o Cote d'Ivoire Nibiri kro ana se abenguro asa hihi MPP fo akobọ sesen e wo Cote d'Ivoire omo twi koko de bagana sani ebe ya ebe kasi ento koko na ba na obi we ya onwanwa 2000 obi the year 2000 ya beto aba ade ebe chi ebe sore na opemfo bi awuda ha ade ebe chi na obi awuda ha MPP fo se ya NDC fo ye to aba ma omo be cheche ye nyina ye to aba ma omo no obi ade ni tutwai omo so omo anchi obi a anyede ya ma na obi wu na obanchi fo wo ho ena de bia na ewia obanchi no obi abeka kire yourself abanchi ni jam udi jam ye be krono no be ko udi jam no na mpa ni ampa krono no nso ko ono so wonchi odi no owia abanchi ni ma na ofri say ye wan ono a that is exactly what the MPP is doing edi kokko akuafo ye sere mo
okay
enya buapayo say ye ba ye na nka kokko buo no ye bete so na se ne ye nyina ye nim no ekwan ya ye fa so edi hye kokko buo no ye kwan ya fa so to no wiase adwaman so eni o man ye sikasem enti no ma kokko buo no ba fo me na MPP so kono muja ye ka enesa aka no kra no aban hwe kwan a ebe fa so obetua empani se edidida ye cha edidi preku eyesa aban be toto niema na kokko dwumadie na ya akono na akoso atena hoda dan se obe ya ade ebe maka no abuo fa kokko bo so na kokko bo dagu na nne wo ye kokko kua ni kra unya ba bi mfa kokko nko na nsen ya kokko gu dem a ye nto ye hwese ne akuafo eho aye den akiro mo timpanisi papa so pa nwoma so no nyanum denti ni ye ntia eniema aye ko so no
but ultimately said a miracle say kokko fo ni hia o musika
no ba so on say we asem no mpanimfo so say ade a wonni no wontimi mfa ma obi mebo a obi aye legal term ade a wonni no untimi fa nye den ema e na Jombo adu na kan yesese bi okwasea e na to ade aboden no akoto ne fo what as a Jombo adu na kan you gold board asem ne ba ye no o say okwasea e na to ade aboden no akoto ne fo ena obi wo hwese ne yesito koko wo wiase adwaman so a aban cross ade sika ne bia ye den aka ho ansa na otimi tua 2558 no dia mom Cote d'Ivoire o de baganes kama na 1003 na MPP for ade san miracles obi miracles o ti ade san o ko border so na we na miracles den to ma kuri ni ti twi koko ura Ghana on kasa yo no akra because o person say aban di e je ye da ya no ba ma du fo chia ye ja o ko akuafo enya ye ho abotre bi dia be fa
obo mi di ye tell say Abbas we bu beni nyina ye say na be dia ene ko Peace FM to ba ubu ba ye to be because obi ade AK pa say AK pa nti dia Abbas ke nyina ni tintin eni tiete ani
say o three match
na bi ni branch executives ye kra ni bi
somebody any police
obi mameka say first of all for the record no smugglers have been arrested in this country. In fact, the regional minister Nagasakra has been caught.
Regional minister.
Yes, he's been caught pants down. Purchasing clerks no more majuma. Purchasing clerks no more majuma.
He was misled by the video.
No, he misled the public. And yes, he was misled. They say purchasing clerks. There's nothing like smuggling. You see, let me tell you something. Nobody even is motivated to smuggle cocoa into this country because you are not paying. Think about it, Obi. What is the economic sense for anybody to smuggle cocoa into Ghana today when you cannot pay? And you see, there's something. Let me tell you something, Obi. In the first place, NDC are buying with pay any are buying since 136 years in. I started seeing the cocoa. Yes, excuse Kasanko to be your cocoa foka. Obi yen be toka over 19 billion Ghana cedis. NDC Fuja 2016. 19 billion. Oh, sure. 19 billion. Obi, I gave you that document. No, you've read it. You've read it. You've read that document. No, it's here. I can give it to you. Mention the amount. What I say 19 billion. The same year near beto 19 billion kano. No matter syndicated loan over 1.20 billion dollars. How many kwa? Oh man fanto kuku.
That's what we did in Quadia.
No, that's what we did in Qua. What they did? What? No, it's a document.
How is it documented?
I beg.
A document.
Finish speaking. No, we've read that letter here.
Obi 2016 asema I work kind of for the records. 2016-2017 cocoa season no. And he achieved the second largest cocoa in the whole of Ghana.
No officer will respond.
Listen, see, Abbas Debbie. Before the TNO, when you break power, Odiomoka, intimate to two seminum. Obi, Yaba Bemuno. A kind is for Jamaiano. So what kind of document?
Now, I've read this letter.
It's not in my. And you've been a mebo.
A document there.
No, a document from the former CEO to his board. Ana ortre a car on Babetu
19 billion.
Why you know, as far as your board is concerned,
why are you doing this?
The most authoritative document is their audited account for that particular.
It is in the audited account.
Please listen. He made references to an audited account. In the letter.
Stop what you say. This cocoa argument, you know next to nothing about it. We need information. Be a
microphone.
See, Nagasakra, any debate here, manesi. Obi, listen. You better talk 19 billion. In fact, 19 billion 667 million 854,806 Ghana cedis. And I MDC MPP. You better ye. And no, you're different from friend roll over cocoa beans are omon to be ntua. Omon to me antankwa. Yes, I'm be inherit. And a syndicated loan omokoji no. Ma mention the entire cocoa bills buy. Syndicated loan omokoji someone better cocoa no be. Omo decide kano ekoye ka kwan 2016. In fact, omo lose elections around 9th December 2016. Sika na aka nyina over $200 million. Omo tamni nyina akotu ya omo nafo for road contractors ka. Na koko ekuafo na twa koko egu wa eso omo decide ka na ekede ekoto. Enti ye ba abai mu no koko fo kura koko a omo ntumi omo abai niska omo beto. Te say na omo nyesi siska sisi antoi. So what the government did then was to go to Bank of Ghana and borrow. Say the bet me at toss 2017 cocoa no discount. You bet to be at 12 cocoa. That is what happened with those bills. Sa 19 billion na yebeto ye no. By the time you do July 2017 no, ni etue mu almost about a friend is saying 10 billion or even more. I'm an 8 billion, 7 billion. We in the NTR. Because in the 2017 year, no, there are other revenues that came in. Now let me educate a friend about Sunudin on something.
Are you sure you don't need education?
Please, I beg you. Me Koko asemono, I will see you Nagasa Kwamina debate. We see you no can they win in the debate listen
focus na can they win
no because he's distracting me. Listen, let me tell you something on this Koko matter, and I think it's a very important matter. And if I was any NDC person, including Abbas Nudina, I can remember telling bubu be because nkofoni abre NDC aban yen ombeteki officer e ka ye jamomo ene niema mfaso a omanya ewo aban ne so no ena mbese me bie ma na wokan no. Please give me just a minute. I don't know why
so on your ready. Let me make this point. In 2016-2017 NDC ekwaje a syndicated loan of about I think syndicated loan say about supply 750,000 metric tons of cocoa. At the end of the day, you supply 966,000 metric tons of cocoa, which is the highest since independence. You get the point. So we left a surplus of $400 million. So you didn't. God forsaken lie.
You didn't. Keep quiet.
Keep quiet. You don't know
this already. We've gone through this already. Listen, with your CEO. Listen. The NDC in 2017, Ejaka 19 billion. 19 billion cedis. $4.7 billion. Omuja cocoa rollover ne chese cocoa anka se omo tono supply o mo ntumi an supply o ma je hu skedi bo mo ntumi an supply 190,000 metric tons 2017 mankasa no obi 2017 e ba mu no international cocoa price e drop by 38%. Ye ba mu no chese no mo say price a drop here and into ntumi ntia cocoa for card ye ba mu no price drop by 38%. Obi what say ye take cocoa price o ma for telling them say you take cocoa price on international market into yeti musika. So we didn't do that. NDC for introduce cocoa rules in this nature. Sa cocoa rules na yefa cocoa kuyafo sika na edutua no. President Kufo cocoa rules na yeka no. It was not about cocoa board money to pay cocoa contractors. It was about constructing roads to cocoa growing areas. Usually it was either funded by GOG or donor partners. And NDC for 2015 thereabout. You know moko far cocoa rose ye wa ye fa cocoa board sika de etua obi ma mento aso NDC for kwaje syndicated loan $1.8 billion in 2016. Some of the best supply 800,000 tons of cocoa. It is in their report. It is in the audit report. The NDC bought only 400,000 tons of cocoa. 400,000 tons. This has been established on news already by the CEO of Cocoa Board. After losing the 2016 elections, NDC used $400 million anaka out of the $1.8 billion no omo de tua cocoa road contractors. Sas kana na nke so omo de to cocoa no esa so no lose elections in between 9th December and 31st December omo de $400 million in no man fan to cocoa.
Omo de tua cocoa omo de tua contradicting himself.
Why would you
see a DC Ghana
please
omo de tua road contractors who the time I want na me the time is becoming a problem.
Say what be musisi
don't do that.
Miracles. So omo de tua cocoa road contractors don't even gas omo.
No, syndicated loans for the cocoa is not meant for the cocoa road.
Yes.
It was meant to buy cocoa.
Yes.
And he said, unto cocoa ni wiye. Nasa wo first kanu kutua road contractors ka wa bo minor bro. What they did ne say because they had lost the elections in 2016 December ninti. They realized say Canada ho. Abro nti instead of some betua ombeto cocoa that supply no. No mu dia cocoa no ombeto no. No mu go tua road contractors and roads no kromu wiye. Enti ye ba be mu no esa ne so mo disconnect. Now there were 300,000 tons of cocoa abain to mintoye, and yet the money has been given to road contractors. And see, what we have to do is to now find ways and means to toss out 300,000 tons. In addition to that, Robbie, yet we are a fine of $7.5 million on some 190,000 metric tons rollover cocoa beans going to be on supply. Because you see, what happens with the rollover cocoa beans? And they say, so when to be a supplier, what you do is that you have to let your buyers know the entity I want to be supply.
Okay.
But if you don't let them know, for them to agree, say when to be a supply, they will fine you. Until they fine the country $7.5 million, which we have to go and pay. Saka we nina yeka MPP aban beto ya menjin this what to say ya kan wasem and I say the excuse say because of that nti yen to me ayeden ento entua cocoa ekuafo ka. Now let me show you one other interesting thing. In the year 2025, NDC ba ba mu no. Obi, these are the facts. A car Abbas no redeem ni NDC for say omo ba beto ye no. Be some question we mame. Ye ja $500 million cash in the Ghana International Bank account. Cash in the Ghana International Bank. This has been established already on news. For the CEO was there. Established. Because this agreement it has been $500 million cash. Sasikano ewohin. Number 2, Cocoa Board in the year 2025, according to Honorable Atoforsen's own budget, Opakofa budget, no, or say Cocoa Board LCV between January to April 2025, LCV $1.8 billion in revenue. You know what that means? What that means is 2024 forward sales any trade in a Cocoa Board year, no, a drop between January and April 2025, $1.8 billion is in the budget. It's in the budget, $1.8 billion. In all, total revenue of Cocoa Board in 2025, the year 2025, 39 billion Ghana cedis. Now, I see the cut 2 billion Ghana cedis. You just cut 2 billion Ghana cedis. You agree with me? Say the entire 2025 revenue, no, MPP in 2024, largely. It's when you are 39 billion Ghana cedis in 2025. That's how okay 32 billion. Why do you still have 32 billion on your books? What have you done with the 39 billion revenue now on Saka in 2025? No, in the entire history of cocoa, since 136 years near 36 years cocoa, in spite of international market price, 2017 38% drop. We never told the cocoa farmer say you take cocoa so international market you take so cocoa price every 475 Ghana cedis or so.
Move free so 3,000.
That is what the fact you see. It is pay the cocoa farmers that and stop comparing MPP and we are the serious
facts don't lie.
Sure.
Obi, this is Reuters.
Okay.
Ghana 2016-2017 cocoa purchases hit 940,000 metric tons by August. On the cocoa season in a particular year, no, I shall say October now, baby. This is it. 900. This is Reuters. And you Ghana have baby.
Yes.
But Miracles is saying that same 2016-2017. No.
Now the figure they are saying
we are Omokra recorded 940,000. But Miracles say yet 400,000 metric tons of cocoa, which is a lie, as proven by Reuters. But you see, me, I'm not interested in this back and forth. Please,
report. Please. No, but it's a lie. Report. No, that can be a draw. Manager, they tell you can draw. Until cocoa was say. Until cocoa
miracles.
I didn't know what
you presented your data. Miracles. You presented your data. Or the data. I'll let you respond.
Audited 2024-2025 cocoa accounts. MPP left a negative equity as far as Cocoa Board is concerned of over 3 billion Ghana cedis. This is not in doubt. This is a factor. Inti the miracles kano me hunu say ya bosrem ka. Na no okase 2017 omoba ye na ya te petrol so ni aboka na MPP anka ho asem da na no omobeka. I never knew cocoa was going to be an issue. If I knew, I would have brought the audited cocoa financial statement. Now, yes, our argument, so we can clear all those fallacies. So the point I'm making is that cocoa for said, I believe said the cocoa kuyenibia pay inisika.
Yes.
Aban yen sheshe yese cocoa ayatono bi answer bede ebetenisika. But I don't think cocoa kuyafo no, even though woman say aban akwa hunye no. They don't think the MPP is a better option. They don't think the crocodile tears are miracles motion no. Out of sympathy. Nemu me yese omo betani cocoa kuyafo adwene e de ati aban ti no yesa. But I know say a free afi enko afefoforo no de eniema be dey ebe dane ama obi ansa ye dey
Miracle, Yemra to
but even before that,
challenges on the power.
The realtor story is false because the reason why it's false, and they say, you see, he's quoting a story from September 2017. Let me tell you something, and that's why I was telling you about the outstanding 300,000 cocoa beans are buying a bar so in January
September 2016.
No, September 2017. The story is here.
My mention the date.
Can date of the story.
Can you read the story?
No, date of the story.
September 7th, 2017.
Yes.
I will be sure. Miracles. Let me correct myself. You see, I don't want to correct miracles in
Why do you want to correct yourself?
2016. Oh, please keep calm.
You read the headline and made your point. Or respond. Let him finish and then you can
clarify me one son. Okay, Cocoa season in 2017. Cocoa season in 2017. I shall say October 2016. Now, we a year 2017 September. It is our report on 2016, 2017. You do it in 2017. Simple.
I don't know. Make candle make actually man can just almost 400,000 metric tons as of December.
Yes.
You know buja the akana on this kind of road contractors. Man can just say abine buy had over 300,000 metric tons on board.
Yes.
For which reason now the MPP government had to go and raise cocoa bills from
BOD.
So when you are reading a September 2017 story,
it will capture all the
that's why you're
okay, that's fine.
Relaxing.
I think it settles it.
He has a different understanding which because Obi some people are by a syndicated roads at the Betoko and I am Fanto. And 10 years down the line, and Americans you
didn't buy that.
At least let's move on. Miracles on power outage. Then what's your issue? Having
I don't know what kind of power.
Some problems are more. No, the explanation about here.
I am best financially. Obi Pekania. But let me go to that one. Obi made that say.
Yes.
Mada Abbas. So as I say, when you are butre na oni edidin komo. Wo abemu a sa ebekweti ya o be yira o ni ade ko bi ansoma o. Wa na so pe. Na obeye obecheche niema wonnimu enyo na ayeye koko bodasem wo SIF enyo na ayeye electricity enyo na ayeye ka okwadense kese okebi mayen koso me no kase ukofi abeko na meter BP but abanesa oye na dwuma obi hwe Aban has been overwhelmed from day one okase me ka kire o e kase overwhelmed da e kan se ne twi kra design afoforo mo adwuma na nkasa omogie na obi afoforo mo to the extent that sector by sector as a omotowa ne piom so mpofrim no moyem ahyo and then they don't know what to do or how to go about it, and that is what it's beginning to reflect in every aspect of the Ghanaian life. Talk of cocoa, talk of teachers, talk of nurses, talk of public sector, civil servants, talk of electricity, talk of water. There are people in this country since October 2025. We are aware. 2025 October. Everywhere. And the reason is the same. It is because Aban we own MPP for track here. No much them here. Maybe because as we had the last time, and honorable Dwasa say this government has been tricked and they don't realize it. Instead of focusing and getting the work done, anytime I say so, I'm fixing Bibima or mine. Instead of fixing and nobody dominates the MPP, almost say MPP 4 years do saying, so they have set their sights on the opposition party instead of getting the work actually done. Into KPIs, they are more focused on how much more they think they have done more than the MPP than how much impact the Omo Yeno is having on the people. And that is the exact same with the Doomso situation. Oh, Yeni Kania own MPP for by Omo Yedro saying, eh, na Kania Mudu no MPP for Crown so Muntina Yedrum Kania. Eh, when BB MPP, but the people are suffering. And that's why we are here today. I have listened to all the NDC people, and all I tell them is, listen, you are falling on your own sword. One kasa one sema okaye me wo energy minister videos mako 9 and kono unsa no ranking member for energy.
Yes,
obi in sema okafa energy sector no webra no opposition nyina sansem no ene wa contradicting no ni nyina ba ko kre no wa indifferent. Okanya kache and say in the first 100 days ECG problems no be solve. Videos in now be only 100. Me no ka say prosper posty the friend is saying John Jenapo video now or say in the first 100 days of fix ECG no posty. There are 9 of such videos. One would have expected Senka or Ba Baimuno Oh, new opportunity by energy minister. Immediately, be fixes anima way now. Obi, this country in the past 2 months, I experienced one of the most devastating energy crises ever seen. In fact, the mother of all doomsday periods, 2013-2016, cry and drew away. Because when we say 2013-2016, you say you do mokani Monday and opa, ebeba Wednesday and ebeba Tuesday. Like you know a certain schedule. Obi and name no kasi in the past 2 months. Kaniano, you do 5 times in a day. 5 times in a day. 5 times. And drop me young lady be running coastal. We training them in egu. We training in egu. Me hospital be wa cry baby. You see oma to OPD them. And the last time Ghana experienced something like this was in 2013-2016, where businesses were shutting down, people were losing money because of energy crisis under the same NDC. And they are clueless. And the reason why I make us someone clueless and I say, what's your reasons? I want my someone problem no. Because someone in problem now, and come on, Bobo Sani Amane say, nothing they go through. And yesterday I was listening to your research team, and they were spot on. They were spot on. I was listening to them, they were spot on. Obi, because Obe Kaya, even when we were in opposition, I used to tell you, when we were in government, I used to tell you, say Ghana, your problem with energy has always been generation. I know doesn't mean say available capacity in the whole. Available capacity in the whole. Nemom Obi, so when young sika and toho fang wa. As what generators you now this caliber of fuel. Who acquire between Yakania, but when this caliber of fuel, I only can. That's our problem. That is basically our problem. All the other issues with the technical transmission, distribution challenges in there, Obi, and no going concern. Those are things that, as you are even fixing it today, you are supposed to be preparing for the way out in the next 10, 15 years or 5 years. In cannot there, won't find your excuse. But the question all Ghanaians should be asking ourselves today and say, genuinely, do we really think that this government has really stepped back and tried to find solution? No. They are rather in a hurry to deflect the problem. Omuya in a hurry. Oh, we are fixing it because in the last 8 years there was no such solution. MPP Funtia anka 8 years in komo year anka yambedu baby ebedri. And then the pastor who said do big baha transformers na mu kra na mo say we are fixing no. Eyem na mo toy mba ene go. Mba ene go. Omo nche o contract omo ma ya omo de to sa transformers no. Transformers were there, bought by the MPP government. The reason was because it was part of the MPP government maintenance program. Obekaya, apart from transformers, there were even other things in Pokwase, Kaswa, bulk supply, BSPs. There were so many other bulk supplies, and I'll take you through it. May the data be my Benghazi, and this is what I'm going, because I would prefer say there's been a lot of conversation on the whole week. I want to focus on the data, and your guys at the
research desk, no.
A lot of work. And see, most of the things they've spoken of, Obi. This is the previous government investment in the energy sector. Say NDC ni biya be catch us say abinda no buy no one year investment biya enuti ne kan ye ndundum ni ade a menfen dia grow. It means that ye nyam free problem na ye wum because on the problem na se. Cause of the problem na se an kon kasasa. Obi new generation capacity power for abind the back MPP abind the back generation capacity no 1648 megawatts between remember boni nyama say oh calm down why yeah very intellectual very intellectual Obi 2,520 communities in abind connected electric
national grid
in all no by the time you fear abind now you increasing national electricity access no from 84% to 88.85%. Obi street lights are provided across the country 990 kilometers in total. I'm just giving you data. It's important. It's important because you keep hearing them say, "Oh my, 8 years, oh my, Obi renewable energy." 171.8 megawatts. In fact, it was it was 140% growth. In terms of the Ebeto, we increased renewable energy, which is the solar, the friend is saying, power generation. You increased it by 140%. Obi, memo breakdown. Power generation did new. AXA Asogli, you had 603 megawatts in a bekan. Send power, which is AXA phase 2. You had 490 megawatts in a bekan. Amandi TT2 PP, you the 239 megawatts the beka ho. Early power ye bui solar no early power. You the 161 megawatts the beka ho. Damai and also ye bui solar. You the 79 megawatts the beka ho. VRA4 year solar Calio phase 2.
Yeah, Calio.
And you 19 megawatts. And a early power expansion 56 megawatts in all 1648. But about Benghazi, okay, great. Benghazi okay, next page now. And me canon next page, you know. And no any power generation I the be den e be kan obi ma obo ni na ma meboa mama breakdown ni na 2017 particularly no ye the AXA 188 megawatts any Asogli power 180 megawatts any car power 235 and a bar 2017 2018 ye the AXA phase 2 110 megawatts Sen power boom 360 megawatts and a me energy 20 megawatts in a beka home Benghazi next one na make second third page you know. And at 2019, you did TT2P 7 megawatt, Amandi Power 203 megawatt, Gensa Energy 29 megawatt, Ebeka, then you total of 239. 2020, and you did Bui early power, any Bui solar, any VRA solar. In fact, 2019 it was mainly solar, and you had Ebeka, that was 162. And at Damai Gensa 28 megawatt, and a Bui expansion 41, VRA solar 10, and on the bar 2021. 2023 na VRA for the Calio phase 2 beka on 15, and a Bui power floating solar bino.
Yeah.
Okay, so Bui power floating solar bino. 4 megawatts, and 19, and at 2024 early power additional tranche 56 megawatts. Total 1648 megawatts. Obi, this is the fact. This is the fact. So what is saying this in culture say the entire cost through problem into MPP 8 years no o man fa bibia mbeka ho enti o man ye investment bia enti energy sector enti na ekodum so it's a lie. Me, I am not so worried about the lies because that is who they are. Me you worried say it tells you say omo nim problem no because it is strange say obi mo de mo ba ban mu nko a na enya dum so mo ba ban mu nko a obi who said 2013?
But we had outages under Monso.
Meba. Obi, may not come there. That's why everybody knows that 8 years, there were about 5 weeks of power crisis. In fact, I can't even 2 months to election cry, we had it. No, I've said it here severally. 8 years. But Obi, 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016, yet 2 abandoned energy crisis in 2016. What I say? 8 years. Obi, be what the 8 years, no? The entire 8 years. Transformers in a week and a friend is saying money a week power stations quite of your high rising buildings there but 8 years we had stable power in this country except for 5 weeks. I say when you buy when him say out of the 16 months or so NDC are buying we have 7 months in your power crisis. The first 5 months in 2025 we had energy crisis and the more mukofa doom so levy buy almost on the koto fuel no mu de to debt na stabilize ye wura juna power ni stable ka stabilize ka krape and energy minister say we have fixed the issue, we have stabilized power, you have fixed it, and they say 6 months later you say the same problem no obi in the past 2 months we've had energy crisis. What the car last year 5 and 1 7 months out of your 60 months we've had energy crisis. Now how many months now mamin to us obi Benghazi to us the other ones put their own border the your friend is saying national electricity access near the end there. Obi, those are just data for you, for people to just consume. And then go to the transmission grade. Benghazi con transmission grade, no? Obi, they also make a point say NIA best transformers. Transmissions on human they have been maintained for so many years. The whole of the 8 years they didn't do. Obi, that's a complete palpable lie. 2018 330 kV. You know much about ECG. 330 kV Prisia Kumasi transmission line and substation. You are aware it was done? Yeah. It was funded by the Korean government. 2018 was also 225 kV Ghana Burkina Faso interconnection project. 2019 Abuazi Prisia 330 kV transmission lines. They were fixed. Obi 2019 was supply improvement to Brekum substation and the transmission line and also was done March 2019. 2019 330 kV car power ship Abuaze transmission line and also was done. 2021 330 kV Kumasi Bolgatanga transmission line and also was done. 2021 Obi Bekaya Accra Fort Box supply point Pukwase
BSP
580 and also was done. 2022 Vota Achimota Malam 161 kV transmission lines and also were done. Obi and 2022 Kaswa substation. Enti so we be catch us say na oma anya hey na ye ne eba be maintenance yes set transformer because I am in humano transmission lines no ye nya transmission losses and technical losses enti ne ye say ya Obi you are not being fair to the issues because you are gaslighting the people. What you are doing is say the real issues na wo ho na Joy News research team no eka wasem no wo pia she carpenter say na wo kofa nsem a enye nokre ade akatakata problem no so. Now what the NDC government doesn't realize is say you can't do politics with electricity like you can't do politics with fuel. Okay, so mba be mo foforo no first 6 months oh fuel na ba fam ye siesie no won say na ma komo no tum because you can't do politics with fuel. What's the last how it is NDC dey cap petrol need diesel prices because you don't control it. You did nothing to bring it down, nothing, zero to bring it down, because if indeed you did something to bring it down now and can see so to be the bathroom meboa. So you can't do politics with electricity. You can't. So don't come and tell the people say ohwe nyankopon enim suro nyame sa wo som bosom so a ohwe obosom enim suro no e ka che Ghana for say the entia ye ko through energy crisis here wo mu enyi e because of MPP. The same MPP na 8 years omu ja kane and tira so no then ye no omu tira so na e kade na nyina so we omobon ba mu ja kane and tira so 8 years omobon omasa ba 8 years omu ja kane e ba ne say da wo de wo ba ba mu pe ina kane no oh the entia te sa ne say investment ye no sa investment no na omo mbeto ye nti 8 years no manye hwe no omo koye no sa ne ma na ye mmere omo ma fa hwe anka ho na me de akere wi now Obi
final
we have wakasa 25 minutes na da nko na wa
a new 25
minutes
no
o sha say
after 3 minutes to 6
Obi the
yeah 3 minutes to 6 on this presentation 3 minutes to 6
Asempa wo wa hu abua mantama ne ja one kasa
Dr. Roko
to Asempa de etia
Obi Dr. Roko to de ye jana obeja ye nsem no woni nyina no wa nyina nsem kwa na ebebu
Asempa
Obi wo bu bani nyina ewie no the real issues are still there.
Okay,
you are the government of the day.
Very well.
Obi okra de oba ewutia ye ya to transformers de gu ama odada sebi Obi sebi say NDC for catch and say transformers or mu installing in a work crisis or mu ye say nim nyansa Obi transformer ye den e transformer na power no ball kwa no wo just step in now the step in that Obi say oh transformer 3000 now oba be install wo Ghana now nim say in the process of the installation of the transformer you would have to cut power. Why do you install the entire country at the same time? If me I know that is not the reason. And that's why I want everybody to listen and pay very close attention to the Joy News research team. Because Obi, the entire it is not the transformers and they say Obi mameka se bitro. And then you install a transformer no pa. Ebi enu to buy and wodum lights. Metiase. Another one you install a transformer. Say another one wodum mechanical. What does that mean? Obi, we all know what transformers are. Transformers are localized. Yeah. Transformers are localized. Me transformers see about 50 meters from my house. It is a transformer in your faulta. Mimi area hon kwa nenya light off. It is a unim say ube install me transformer na mami mechanic bedum a. Ube install me dia na mami and na me say be take you 3 days. Dum me 3 days na install mami meboa. Na ade na Ghana nyina enya light off at the same time. Ade na mo install 3,000 transformers at the same time. Obi, don't we have more than 3,000 transformers in Ghana?
We have over 20,000 transformers in this.
And see, how is it that you are installing just 3,000 transformers and the whole country is going through an energy crisis? And you want the whole country to believe, say, transformers are we install 3,000 transformers out of over 20,000 transformers in the whole Ghana. Now, maybe Obi, so we install a transformer, ewo bole bamboya. Me amete in kind is legon no. If I'm home. Why do I have lights out? Because you are installing a transformer in New Durban South. I just saw. See, these guys, they don't respect us. Obi, and Kauka be frank ametiasi. But transformer there, ye say a step down, a localized. It's the installation of a transformer in another community should not affect power in my community unless me PF me fear. Me who say what the transformer here they see me fear. mesra ndc aban mesra mo minim se ayem hyehye ato mo adwuma no mu so ahopepra ka mo afoforo mo but obi there are real numbers involved in this doom so situation. People are losing money. Ghana pay the whole world ye pay any of maya ye to doom so tax na yes so 24% increase in electricity and so ye ni kania ye be
Obi Dennis Miracles abuaje ne tie kan
okasa se na mesi aye
yes into onu so be mama abas me patcho me nti
Obi
yes
MPP they say na omode opposition ne be dia any opposition ne kra no ye be pam o mafri ho na ta say opposition kro mu nim ye na Miracles bet na hoka say Mahama ba mu 16 months no dum so about 7 months na cha say wo mu Ghana for what as o feel say Ghana for ye no ma bia ye dadua so anyansa ne yetirima na Ghana no no kwa na ye de yetim oh me cha say oh na ye say obi from abone bo obi na o ka say o de ahopepre betua ne ka wan hwe ya obegya wo na ye gu hu ebi na Miracles ayi o mo feel say 2016 ye tumi na ye nya ye no ye de atro ketrema te said ye na o ye na beje tumi no into omonso about opposition into omonso nye but Ghanaians are very discerning obi. Let's put the issues in proper perspective. Ohe eniyama mienu a MPP fo gina so pa Miracles osun wo TV so nyina se ma Ghana fo nto aba Mayura Mahama na oba e beba e ba ko ye dum so omoso to aba Mahama o de dum so beba Miracles ya na kan sa kan yo ana so to aba Mahama o be se twa free education Yura Mahama ba inhira Kenya me free education wanya dey wantwam ekoyie waye amana ye kama kra chan sene na ewo no na dum so no ana omunim se Yura Mahama ba be ba na omo kan with certainty no na wo bone a omadi in the energy sector. That is why they were so sure say Yura Mahama ba dum so be there be ba because one more san ye obi san ye kan in 8 years no MPP for and share investment papa bia in the energy sector. And I'm also going to give you the data. You do the comparative analysis and you know what I'm talking about. Yes, Miracles say in 8 years, almost 1,600 megawatts, which is a lie. But assuming without admitting, assuming without admitting, said you can cry no cry. Yura Mahama as a 2013 obey president. No, now your installed capacity about 2,500. All free abemwa kononi and then 5,000. In 4 years he had about 2,500 megawatts. What you say? Into 8 years. In 8 years, you see, in 8 years now Obana will say all the 1,000. Say all the assuming that 1,000 says no cry. That is. You can say you under invested in the energy sector as far as generation.
I'm glad you are not saying
please. No, not just a man. Man, bibi papa biya. Mobile. Mo say Yura Mahama. So you can say. As far as we are concerned, no, man, you be papa be as far as generation is concerned, and FM. Mobile, Mose Mahama, Eja SS capacity, Hona take or pay near the buy generation you cry, you need the day. And in 8 years, want to me and you be papa bia. But Obi, this is what I want Miracle to know in the energy sector. Say energy consumption, and I say demand for energy and yet static. Afibiano, your demand for energy will grow by about 20%. And it's all you are buying now, ban one yes, I investment and now by 1,600 send ye Ujan for cano in 8 years. Now they compare Mahama 2,500 in 4 years. No, not just a word D sa a year sector no bro because we installed capacity is not your dependable capacity. We'll be so sir. And now within even your installed capacity, no, you need reserve margin. Yes. And we installed capacity, no, your transmission and distribution losses. And you need about 2,000 megawatts more than your dependable capacity.
Your reserve margin
yes,
is 18%
yes,
of your total
to cater for all this loss. Now about 8 years, not just our Fibiano. The number they come Ukraine do 200 megawatts. So when we say you people underinvested and answer man shada anye bibi papa biano. It's a statement of fact. Or they compare Mahama 4 years or 2005. Now I can do so. Obi, you see,
But you should also understand when you take over now or excess capacity of a number, adding up no will not be like
excess capacity. In
2017 there was.
You see, we belong.
It was not bad in itself.
Be good.
Just the cost on the state.
At every point in time, you need excess capacity.
You need reserve margin.
No, you need excess capacity.
You need reserve, not excess.
Reserve margin. Reserve margin. What reservoir in case of any emergency be out there. The reason why you need excess, you need the excess to cater for the transmission losses. The transmission and the distribution losses should not be part of the 18% reserve margin, right or wrong. And we belong to the West African power pool.
Sure.
Energy be a generative. So the argument about reserve, was moot.
About excess.
Excess, was moot because Adebia will be a dear Bruya, so be a Cote d'Ivoire for Tama Iska, Burkina for Tama Iska. And Tiwaba, na dear no bina generator. So Cotton was Ikana Woje. It will be another crack as now we are a net exporter of power. Into more troketrema, moketrema, I say, walketrema, a pine, in one instance, most of my beto SS, Yabomoka, in another instance, most so that is the first point. What be the second point here? And now I know say dum so be anywhere there aba. There is intermittent power supply. And no so ya dia
intermittent power
cuts. Idea and the MPP no so no. Na sa dia ni be there e wo hoda. And is a no ye dum so dia. And in the 8 years of MPP, we suffered doom so for about 4 years. If you are going to use that warped miracles, Abuaje logic say 16 months, Mahama ya suffer doom so 7 months because of intermittent power cuts. No, there. And in 8 years of MPP, we suffered doom so for 4 years. Why? Emrebi druyama doom so bayama Ghana fobu fui. And MPP for a program we okay investigate for. And a multimedia mwama branch of your friend and anabuache. Or the mic Ekotia Ajiudi Napo. I no say. Opinion is say doom so send yes ya by a month for near Masaya and SSAU. In the bay among for timetable mray. I am Pia Napo 2 year dear when himself. It is a ne. Say not doom so new under MPP. Is it day and I Kobusa timetable and Napo so Monday and the doom so na ye doom CSA. Obi meboa. Doom so a doom CSA. So it was an admission under MPP, there was some form of intermittent power cuts. And your caucus of Munfa a Yimro Muchai, I am Pia no nanchain. December 2021 Obi. Doom so Bayama Santimera Utum for Babontibe say. Ne nearme one demunina say. Ne TV say, ne fridge say, ne microwave say, ne BB say, Santimera no. It miracles Abuaje person chesa asema utum for kan no sene na trana na nyantro dia se na chese 2021 na dum so ye dai ho enti yese se ya ambassador control ka kom ho dia obi na ansha ase na na sha ase free obi kom for peso so no zo free latte what you say intermittent power cut ye dum so dia ene na na do ne ba umia na de dum so ye dai e ba ye obi ye ba ye ya beto energy sector asani American MPP for collapse no one on the energy generation on energy value chain no anasa power value chain no ya woniama miensa
yes
ya generation
transmission and distribution
MPP under invest in all this sector and on a cripple sector no na maka generation on wajia to say in 4 years mahama ye 2,500 megawatts. Wajiatum Omunu in 8 years no. What the figure be about 12 say 1,006. So it means say Mahama did invest more in terms of generation than Omo. Yembra transmission. Obi. Baby bako MPP di ye wupa ye abroa. MPP led by Dr. Baumie di ya ye ECG. Omo tam de koma frakadam foku obi a ye from PDS. And they seek more than 1 billion. Aka omo.
And put a distribution.
Meba me can't connect yourself. Okay. Na sa sika ne kwa ka omo ho nyina no under the millennium and under the millennium challenge compact no na wo say ye nya $190 million bi America for dem you free say transmission lines no aye dada no obi yem fancy sa mebo ana.
It was for transmission and distribution.
For the transmission no yem fancy sa. Because of this fraudulent PDS dealer Dr. Baumia di animum yakoye ya or sisa insurance bank guarantee they call insurance guarantee later I could for private say guarantee ni fake no obi say sika no hwere yen and na wonim say yanyina mahoden na ye generate no ye suffer transmission and distribution losses so kaboma ye be 30%. In the America for bre ye sika nanke ye de asesa ye homa no send ye be ya ene transmission losses no be dey akofom no under MPP say sika no koi o masa de yesika koma PDS no obi over distribution arahosema na ewom ne say VR for one independent power producers for one nwan nyina mahoden no na Greco for a transmit na ECG ekoton a esese yekotua woni eno a nyina mahoden ma ye de ka na sika no nko obi sika no dodo na enko because ye mechanism bia na ye friend no the cash waterfall mechanism eno ne yese ye ton anyina mahoden no a ye mfa sika no nye dey enkogum na ye nchema independent power producers no bia ne so ne de MPP cash waterfall mechanism no about 15 billion na omoton ye no mo de sika revenue a ECG declare ye no na less than 10 billion do mo use cash waterfall mechanism de chair ye no obi na less about 6.5 billion and no ma 2024 June independent power producers omo no anyina mahoden ma ye nyina ba abonten say aban ni nti omoka enti omo bedundum omo fidi obi meboa obi wo ana wote no ugina mfimfin a woto ayeremu enti say ye sika asem na nya no kra wotene tene ye no ye ka asem na wo ye no kra na wo gi ye so aha enti MPP fo anyina mahoden hwe aban mempese be ka say amfantefo ka say bi omo say akohwie ba asantefo ka akohwie a different nti mempese meka anyina mahoden aya no ama wa wo akoton wa say odi esika bre no wa disika no you were not using the cash waterfall mechanism obi ye ba ye ka na da ho ye $1.5 billion and ya betu to MPP for mo aka ya betu to mo ho de aka saa niema ni nyina na obi o ma ya na mo fi se yewura mahama ba ya dum so be dey ebeba inshan kanyame yewura mahama ba ye no afe o ma light ne ye dey ejina so a na your challenges ni bi o ha obi mene oni efiri kumase na wo pe omo a MPP fo adi o ma bro pa obi e kumase fo na me nim de enti Ashanti region mo da so edi MPP achi obi what we say in terms of population Accra edoso chen kumase kakra bi obi uti Accra edoso chen kumase kakra bi unim say Accra it was 6 bulk supply points.
Bulk supply point Accra, yes, 6.
Accra was 6.
Kumasi
was 2. Obi. Kumasi was 2.
Yeah.
Na was a MPP here. ECG akwaji asase wa chiase in that mango be a no fa. Ka was a MPP share another bulk supply points, you know. Obi o manye. Intinde Kumasi problem no. Oh, Kumasi nyina ya 2 bulk supply points so. System no so maye ne say load ne koso na edoso a eno abetrepo na kati communities obi meboa eno na amadum so koso wa Ashanti region o kaiser regional minister ne ECG boss wa Ashanti region e di shemu se o sabotage omo obi ukai e ma okaso obe ye demonstration cry ye dey etia omo ma be ye di entia na ye because of doom so and na obi to do one box supply point, you know, it take 3 or 4 years.
Sure.
Into here problem ananka into so big catch us MPP for under investing in the energy sector. These are the things we are talking about. Kumasi is your stronghold. Into what box supply point me no e at least senka we ba ko kan ho a kebema load na ye evenly distributed. And na wanye dey one two sa na money na na do ene ye doom lighter o se John Mahama edi dum so aba enti obi o ha na catch wo masa obi we owie minyan dru ba bia obi ma no so nkaza
ye pon 630
obi enti I've been able to establish say in terms of generation in 4 years we did better than they did in 8 years. I've been able to tell you, say, because of our PDS now will be your cover by Masika near the best transmission lines no near the United Day Echo. Masa establish one who say, and Nama Wadeni your cotton, now was here this can go to an near the enco and no near the airby. And they will be the intent and saying, within the last bay 1 week, doom so no say, Akosumbonwa emaye nyina mahoden no ya da sore ya antikuta me jame ye te ya ne se ejatom on na obi ewiasma ye wo obi o ha
akosumboni
ato aye sa ne be kan so sa ne be kan obi o ha o ka obi pa wo de wakobosom so enye
na wo di we
o de wakomala wo enye de enye obetimi akobo pa enti MPP for obi say MPP ni fa ba bia akofa transformer be hu pe obefiri ona jadam obi min just asem ne kasi obi miracles are no ade sa otimi de kuntunkunu kuri ni ti eko Abidjan border eko twen koko obi okotwe koko every Cote d'Ivoire dia baga na ne nkasa aba ne nye no obi ya ka tra wo sesa nkofo na hyehyɛ transformer obi mefa ni agro obi enti na Ghana for yesra mo eye ahohiahia kakra na ye ko mu no na nya bo apayo eye atroye nkyem na ye dai eto ye akosombo no a eno no generate between 720 to about 1000 megawatts no ya anti kutame ya anti jame miracles abwaji ko twa mu wo ha ade che yesi ade na hyedworobe enti abaye asam a anyama hoden so nya ade a obetimi ayi nkonya na anyama hoden na ye de aba se nyame adom eye afidi ahodo nsia no yatimi de mu enan ayede aba aka mienu se nyame boa na mienu ne ba enyama hoden ne ba de ye begina so am obi ayede edi ne dwuma tenuanom yenuanom MPP for no nsem o mo keka no a ede na wo ka miracle
anyway government completes payment of all BDC legacy debt where February 10th, 2020.
But no, the first part
2020. The Ghana Chamber of Bulk Oil Distributors Seaboard wishes to announce that government on the 13th of January 2020 finalized all payments in respect of the BDC legacy debt accrued over the period July 2011 to June 2015 plus interest capped at March 2018.
Once obi se kontompo wo ba bi na no krepie ho ana no enu nti na miracles te ho a asa ye de na kwa sorry fie no mame kama se obi enti asem wa mame de manusie na ne kan obi se stati abo so o ma ne second e ya me so enti me de manusie no obi asem wa me kanyina ne se ade no ba ye no na nya bo apayo eja adina ayen ba ye mpanyimfo agina o mo na so am o haw no metimi aye dai atu ase edu hwe na ne na kane ne ye dai agina so se yesre Ghana form vigilante groups who say obi ne nam transformer ho na o say MPP t-shirt a hwe na ye dai I report
what is the story behind the
Abasi kenyina as a matter of fact kenyina about power generation the NDC de beka onyina ne nyina enokre ade ba akopɛ ina nwumre me ba yesem ba beye the fact that want to mean hanka say MP
for man for bibia
we've established that number 2 obi ebani say na NDC for nko ade oman no mbedi so no bibia o muntumi ya ida so mega say na amansa dwa so ebo na kosoro ana say ka bi da won na afi no mutu enti yembre obi seaboard mese unenti be ma o kan ye omuja kato ho from 2011 2011 all the way to 2015 ekaw MPP betua o te say yes yetua legacy debt in energy sector nti Ghana for yedum so omo ba o say o kasa no o say yetua omo boke bo ne yetua
and waje atumu say and MPP dum so ye dey eba abama otu na na yesin ne say obi na no na yesin ne say o say ya bo ma dia me ka dia kwesi ne say miracle so men sam na ka ye ni na waje atumu say in 8 years no dum so ba 4 years and no na ma otu fo ne ma ye dey e say ye and na ma na po we ko to ayam piasa Ghana from tante mo nya dey emra miracle
wo bu bani nyina wie no si gofo bre wo bu bani nyina wie no aka de oka nyina wie no se me no kasa enwumre yi join news for crack catch and say enen na mo say akosomu aba on stream
the generation is still
generation is lower than Endra.
Yes.
It tells you that enya akosomo na ekọ ofem no ntine wo dum so. And that is why Obi, I keep telling you, say this NDC guys omo nim problem no kwa no masolve. Enu ntine mbre bi on beba abem no dum so ba no. The point is that they have absolutely no clue about the energy sector. Okay. Because how to me diagnose problem na and how to me solution. Na sa uka che Endra say akosomo asenti generation ko fam. Enti na e wo dum so. Na uka che say akosomo ba up. But generation na no you lower than Endra. Near that's what dum so. It tells you how clueless they are. We beg them. Okay. After all the proverbs, ebebuo ni nyina echi ayampia ni nyina echi ni ndisi
ka moto bi atare se ne kama o ya ko show now na transformer
omo make sure say be you can be there because 8 years na MPP aban tina akonwa so no na Kumasi e wo 2 box supply so mo ehu dum so yo mo
e no tumfo ne ama say say e no tumfo ne ama say
8 years na MPP e gina akonwa so yi se me ne
you are miracles
me ne
miracles
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 wa ho bebu ne Kumasi